Sir Pukotemu is in the opposition, me long common side, but mitupulay no nap wokim planti tok tok on our long path mitupula. We'll just very briefly introduce what this consultation is all about. Introducing Mupula Tupula main questions, and then for much of our consultation, we'd rather prefer you, the audience, to say as much as you can, because this consultation is about seeking the views of everybody, anybody. You don't have to be a politician, you just have to be a lay person also in order to contribute. Liklik ting ting below you, what Parliament is trying to do in relation to what Parliament is trying to achieve. We all know the Bougainville issue, the Bougainville referendum, the referendum results that was attained some 6 years ago. The referendum, the voting was done some 6 years ago. And nothing has somewhat transpired. Bougainvilleans are still waiting because of the provisions in the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. They're still waiting for Parliament. Well, in the Bougainville Peace Agreement, it says the National Parliament is to ratify. And the Bougainville Peace Agreement expressly uses the word ratify. But when it comes to the Section 342, subsection 2, about Parliament ratifying or agreeing to or consenting to the referendum result, the word ratification was not used. So there was, we are in this long process, we understand. And I think you understand him also. Since the referendum results came up, the last 6 years, or plenty kind lick agreement come up too. And some of the provisions in those agreements, and not only agreements, but all kind totally use him, like the charters, and there were declarations, and nothing constructive in terms of Bougainvilleans attaining their independence has eventuated. I don't want to sound confusing to you, but I think I'll just very briefly go over the historical context so that you have a fair understanding of where we are now in this consultation time. Bougainville had its fair share of history. There were the early settlers during the glacial period. There were early explorers, and they had a long colonial history. Colonial settlers. We had Germans, English, Australians. In Papua New Guinea, but they covered, especially Bougainville too. And then there was World War I, World War II. World War II with the Japanese, another colonial kind of a force in Papua New Guinea. And then we look at the path to independence in 1975. I'm just briefly going through the history. And then in 1886, when we look at the history, Germany and Britain, they tried to play marble with Bougainville. They tried to exchange Bougainville with Western Samoa. I think England was, in Western Samoa. Germany, they wanted North Solomons. And so all these kind of fine, funny historical situations, especially in relation to colonization period. It was there. Now from there's so much colonial history. And then in 1976 to 2001, the pre-Bougainville peace agreement period, as I was mentioning a little time earlier on, there were agreements, there were accords, there were declarations, there were charters, there were communiques, commitments, records, minutes, truths, summaries, and finally resulting in the Bougainville Peace Agreement. The Bougainville Peace Agreement clauses were inserted. The Bougainville Peace Agreement, the clauses were inserted into what is now Part 14 of the Constitution of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. And this part applies only, this part of the Constitution of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea applies only to Bougainville. Section 289, subsection 2, deals with 17 functions and powers of the national government in relation to Bougainville. Now, we were just chatting before we started with Sir Puka that so much of what was contained in a lot of these charters and accords and over the period of time were hardly implemented. That's why the referendum results happened about 6 years ago. Now, Emia, you missed up a long time now. Now you know got something yet. Section 290, subsection 2, it talked of 59 functions and powers of Bougainville, of the Bougainville in relation to Bougainville that were transferred in Part 14 to Bougainville. Ms. Sorelo Tokol said nothing much has happened. And maybe that's the reason why. I think structures are not in place. Procedures, processes, stop. All all you missed up all last 6 years. Gone up now. We are a new bipartisan committee. This year only we were appointed. So if in your mind you are thinking, well, what was the government doing in the last 6 years? Well, I don't know. The last 6 years, Minusai. Issues of good governance are in Part 14 of the Constitution. Issues of good governance, administration, but the provisions of grants by the government, Section 326, includes foreign aid secured by the PNG government on behalf of Bougainville. These are provisions that would have enabled the government in the last 6 years to progress Bougainville. Then comes the Division 7 of Part 14, which is on referendum now. Sections 338 to 343. Ang aninit long sa Part 14 long. Constitution below Independent State of Papua New Guinea, no stable Bougainville Constitution, which is something separate. And then 342 now, the referendum result. Na ito kolosem, subsection 1, ito kolosem, the Bougainville Parliament, the ABG, na Papua New Guinea National Government, they'll continue to consult. Salahap Tokyo. Consult over the referendum result. Now, subsection 2 now, law, section 342 now, subject to the consultation between ABG and the national government, the Minister for Bougainville in the national parliament, national government, will table the referendum results in the national parliament, and then behind it talked us also, and the speaker of the national parliament shall furnish to the Bougainville executive a copy of the minutes, the Hansard of the national parliament, and of any decisions made in the national parliament regarding the referendum. And this is where we are kind of stuck. And the two questions that we are now asking during these consultations, let me stop. The first one is, the first guiding question for our consultation now in the morning, and people are looking now. If the parliament decides to ratify the referendum in favor of independence, how will we manage this process over what agreed period of time? Because it's not easy. In the past, there have been failures. So what do we need to do? And how are we going to do it? Over what timeline? But in a recent Melanesian agreement, and we talked also we must get this Melanesian framework within which we must plot in this timeline. Not some kind of legalistic or constitutional framework. Because we could complicate planning something. That's the first question. We identify the issues and determine the strategies with time frames to deliver. We also consider the need for a new agreement towards full political and economic independence. Bougainville. These are not the simple. Suppose you me all kata, including you audience, you play sit down good na think longen, especially this first question. And also the second question, I got plenty work. We really need to seriously consider so many things that needs to be done in order to maintain peace and progress in this whole referendum result issue. Number two, longenem, if Parliament decides not to, number one, decides to ratify. Number two, if Parliament decides not to ratify the referendum result, how can both sides manage this through peaceful means? What options can be considered over what period of time? Bullet point 2, the Parliament must clearly articulate the reasons for not ratifying the referendum result and clearly articulate the way forward to avoid further conflict amongst Bougainvilleans and with the national government. In bullet point 3, what preventive measures should first be considered before Parliament is asked to make the final decision? You know what I mean, solo, Minister Blong. Bougainville affairs lo national parliament lo table im tasol de sala referendum result nami plata sol by sem clerk or speaker by talk. All right, you vote now lo tupla yes or no. Suppose yes, for separate independence for Bougainville. That was the referendum result. 97.7% voted in favor of separate independence. Now, 2.3 only voted solo greater autonomy. I mean, those were the only two choices. Solo liptim go inside the ballot paper belong. There's a referendum. And nothing else. So 2.3 for greater autonomy. 97.7 for independence. Okay. If Parliament was to vote no, how would we, all can question them, how would we justify that 97.7% no? It true, the referendum result is not a binding, and in it long, all talk before the referendum, it was not going to be a binding result, but it would still be subject to Parliament's ratification, national Parliament's ratification. So maybe the first, you're right, by all money, you're right, what about ECC want them? Still, within a Melanesian framework, timeline, what to do, structure. One them, suppose independence. Parliament vote independence. Pa mi lari mi patason. it hardly works that way. Emi true, maybe simpler like foreign investors are alongside side that's all local wet long Papua New Guinea Parliament your right him now look at them by Russian and by they'll all in Bougainville one tap. Maybe. But it's not as easy as that. But plan is something. Because it's not only economy, but you must look long ground. We don't want Bougainvilleans. People are national government, people I know like him by trouble come up long Bougainvilleans in relation to land. Labor, public service, capital to and money, like that. At the moment, national government you long give him grant. And you need long, this is a path for the constitution. Or Bougainville peace agreement clauses ya all initiative go inside the path 14. Sorry. So, Mdesla, okay, suppose Parliament it talk no got me play no all right. And don't get me wrong here. Don't think that everyone is willing to just vote for Bougainville's separate independence. There are a lot of people, and maybe members of parliament, only know like him, Bougainville not break away because they advance the argument of sovereignty. But when you look at the idea of sovereignty very closely, there has never been pure sovereignty. No God, no God. Every nation in the world is interdependent on each other. Some people only talk, people like him sovereign. We are a sovereign nation. Sorry. Even like Papua New Guinea now, you may talk, you may sovereign. We still go and we still accept. I mean, some countries still direct other countries what to do. And the other countries, they follow, like US. US tells Israel, you don't do this. And in some aspects, Israel obliges. That raises the issue of sovereignty. Israel, you sovereign true. How come you are him talk below America? Yeah? So these are the kinds of points that one may have to consider when you thinking along the issue of sovereignty. Now, independence too. No country is truly independent. We are interdependent on each other. So all sample think tas all. Halivim all onem think you play like outi mikamlo committee. Emi tu pala member law. This is a bipartisan committee law. Bougainville metasem me to play up. But everything you said will be recorded. Now, you know, this freedom of speech is tapped law, constitution blame you, so you talk freely. You know, pilay no can porret also, no good by sample negative something happen you. We are here to hear you out. I think we must pass him mouse now. We can pass him law, sepuka. Na sepuka yung kim ting nampiya now by open lo you pula two pula questions, yeah, and say what you want. Don't feel constrained. Thank you, Sepuka.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Alan Marret, who is the chairman of the Bipartisan Committee of Affairs. The opposition and country who are listening on this consultation process, this is live around the country at the moment. So all of us are fully informed, so that when you advise the committee on what is the decision that our members of parliament on the floor of parliament will have to do, then they are fully informed. And so the Melanesian agreement, which was held on the agreement signed on the 12th of June, 2025, Melanesian agreement recommended that a report of a bipartisan committee must go to Parliament with other reports. And therefore, I want to impress upon all our citizens in the country to participate in this consultation process. We want those of you who read the newspapers, and we will announce our next meeting on Thursday will be in Rabaul. And then after Parliament, we will also continue to visit the country. And so, if you cannot come and attend the meeting where we are on those days, you are also allowed to express your views in writing to the committee. For those citizens who are listening around the country now, we want you to participate. Not only our members or us members of Parliament given the opportunity to go and vote on the day that we agree to, but your input will influence the way the Parliament will vote. And therefore, I'm appealing as a member of this Bipartisan Committee on Bougainville Affairs, appeal to the citizens of the country to please take this matter seriously, because as far as we are concerned and as far as Parliament is concerned, the Bougainville issue is one of the major issues that this country has ever dealt with. This is a serious issue, and therefore we want you to be knowledgeable, well-informed, and then advise the committee. So we have an obligation as the committee to consult as wide as possible, but physically and on a timely manner, we won't do it. Therefore, I'm appealing to those of you to also submit your views in writing. Even if it focuses on the two questions that the committee has designed. You want Parliament to agree to the referendum vote of 97.7% of Bougainvilleans who voted for independence. You want us to say yes, which means ratify it. If you say yes, what do you mean when we say yes? Immediately they'll get independence and now. Papua New Guinea by Pasimhan, na you plago now. You yet by survive, or is there a better way in the Melanesian way, where a daughter of two parents allowed a daughter to be married and go? Or salimem natino, or by bilasimem good pastor. Those are the principles that we, the Melanesians, are also talking about. For the information of citizens in the country, I want to let you know the numbers that voted for Bougainville to become independent. 181,067 voters voted on that day. 181,067. Please note that down. 97.7% means 176,903 voted for independence. Two questions were given: independence or greater autonomy. And out of the 181,067 people who voted, 176 and 903 voted for independence. So in percentage, we say 97.7%. That's our overwhelming majority. This vote for independence and the referendum was authorized by our Constitution. So it met the legal requirements. 2.3% voted for greater autonomy. 4,164 of them. I'm mentioning these figures to impress upon the citizens that 97.7% spoke for independence. And now the time has come for Parliament to make the decision. However, when the constitutional provision that the chairman referred to was amended under late Semakere's administration, because he was the one that signed the August 30, 2001 peace agreement. When they came to amend the constitution, while they used the word ratification in the peace aid consultation in the constitution. So we are following the law. We are following the law both that we allow the Bougainvilleans to vote for independence as well as an option. We are now following the law to consult the people with the referendum result. And so we are now following the law. So with this thing, I want us to now speak honestly. The key agreement under the Marape-Rosso government is, with the consultation with the autonomous Bougainville government, is it is during this 11th parliament that the decision must be made. And so the timeline is already given. No other government must procrastinate this decision. The commitment has been made, agreements have been made, and part of before the end of this term, before the next election in 2027, this 11th parliament must make the decision. However, parliament cannot just make the decision. Part of that decision must include the bipartisan committee's report. And I think, in hindsight, the late Semakere, when he made an amendment to the Constitution and inserted consultation, I think that was a wisdom, so that people around the country have a greater say, rather than us members of parliament only to vote on the floor. So here we are, Papua New Guineans. We now have an opportunity. So I'm urging you to attend the meetings. I'm urging you to write if you cannot attend. Our Secretariat of the Parliament will let you know the email addresses, contact, etc. And I urge everyone to participate, because we want to demonstrate to the Parliament in our report that we have consulted widely. And because we have consulted widely, our report will be credible. So whatever we recommend, which is what you say, Parliament has to listen. That's my view. And so I thank you for coming. I thank you for those of you who are in Lay City, who have been advised to come, and those of you who are listening out there, we'll be here whole day. Our other committee members have other commitments, so only 2 of us came. But we'll be here whole day. We'll go back to Mosby tomorrow and fly to Rabaul on Wednesday, and whole day in Rabaul on Thursday. And so that's where we are. But Chairman, if I can ask you, I will say the prayer, and then we will open it up for your inputs. You may pass a minor. You may pray. Our loving Heavenly Father, God of gods and God all-knowing, God all-sovereign, and God all-powerful, we submit to you the issue that we are here about here in Lay City amongst our people who have attended for this consultation on determining the political future of Bougainville, which is part of Papua New Guinea now. Our people from Bougainville have spoken through a credible voting referendum. And now the Parliament is ready to make a decision, but we have allowed our people to have their last say. And so, Father, we invite you to be with us as we conduct these consultations, and those who are not in this room but who are listening throughout the country. we pray that you will give us heavenly wisdom to make that decision, because we know that every decision that you authorize, nobody will stop. That it will be good for everyone because you have authorized it. So we submit this consultation day unto your hands today. Accept our prayer, forgive us our sins, because we ask this prayer in Jesus, your Son, our Lord's name. Amen.
Thank you, Sepuka. Thank you for the prayer. The floor is now open for the audience to make contribution. Don't worry. Also, mitoka no can worry lo talk you talk tasol. It's all recorded. It's all going to be recorded.
Please mention your name.
Mention your name. You come where institution, whether church or government or whatever. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Ogara. Me home's kissing. Me Blobutibam place. I am a son of Wapiguhu clan. I'm currently the clan chairman. I belong to the Butibam Council of Chiefs. We belong to the Ahi people and we are indigenous of this land. Ogara tok mi harim and woki mi wari. Na mi sore lol people of Bougainville. I think that me like talk thank you, Lord. Chairman, blame me, Honorable Dr. Alan Maratna, Honorable Sir Pukatemu, member for Abao, for coming here to bring this discussion up, because this is a discussion that needs to be done. I think that what we are really looking for is accountability, because this is what we lack right here, right now, at this moment, at this space and time. For the Bougainville Affairs Minister to be absent from this is a bit concerning. I'm talking as a citizen. And for the opposition Minister for Bougainville to be absent is also concerning. I'm sure you've heard from many human rights groups, but the thing that concerns me is this. Our approach to this referendum is very deeply concerning from the viewpoint of a democracy. If 97.7% of the population have voted for independence, then why have we come to a crossroads? Why has it become a constitutional deadlock? We need more accountability. If we call ourselves a democratic society, if we call ourselves a democratic government built on the votes of people, then the people have voted. I'm going to ask this to every single person that hears this. As a non-Bougainvillean, are you going to live in Bougainville? Will you be spending the rest of your life on Bougainville? If the answer is no, then why does your opinion matter more than the 97.7% of the population that voted? One of the questions that I also want to ask is this. Why are the people of Bougainville seeking independence? Why do the Bougainvilleans want independence? Because obviously we're living in the richest, blackest, Christianest nation, country on God's earth. Why are they running away from this wonderful ideal and dream? We're not being consistent. We're not being consistent with our constitutional ideals. We're not being consistent with what the human rights, what basic human rights is. We call ourselves a Christian nation. We're not even being consistent with that. And this, Sir Puka, when you pray to God, I shed tears. Because we're talking to God right here. We asked him to stay with us in this talk, but 28,000 lives have been lost in Bougainville during the crisis. Between 10 years, 28,000 people died. Who was held accountable for that? Where were the voices? We are so concerned that we want to hang on to Bougainville now. Where were we when they were going through the crisis? Nah, you know, why did they fight? They fought for the constitutional ideals that we entered into in 1975. I don't know whether the parliamentarians believe in this or whether the government believes in this, but the Constitution is something that's the fabric of the society of Papua New Guinea. It holds us together. There must be some meaning to it. There must be some consistency. We must be aligned. Our policies and our agendas must align with constitutional ideals. Is this not why we are an independent nation? Or is the purpose of the Constitution if we are not going to uphold it, or if we're not going to live by its ideals? We cannot continue to make decisions that are based on political convenience, because the more we do that, the more we move away from our core beliefs as a nation. I'm going to read out the national goals and development principles. I looked it up just then while we were talking about the Constitution, and I'm going to read out the 5 of them. And I want us to understand them before I go into some thoughts that I put on paper. These are the 5 national goals and directive principles. They've been enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution. They represent the founding philosophy for the nation's development. These are the 5 national goals. Number 1 is integral human development. For every person to be dynamically involved in the process of freeing himself. Freeing himself is the first national goals and development principles. For every person to be dynamically involved in the process of freeing himself or herself from every form of domination or oppression, so that each man or woman will have the opportunity to develop as a whole person in relationship with others. We went on to Bougainville during the crisis. The politicians determined that they would wage war on a province within our country, within our borders, our Papua New Guineans, within our sovereignty, within our nation. And we killed women, children, men, women, and children. Over 20,000. Where is our Constitution now? Where is human rights? Where is justice? The foundation of God's throne is built on righteousness and justice, and we declare ourselves to be a Christian nation. Let's talk some more. The second national goal is equality and participation for all citizens to have an equal opportunity to participate in and benefit from the development of the country. Where is the equitable distribution of wealth? How much of Bougainville's resources from Panguna mine went back to the actual landowners? The landowners are the ones that own Bougainville. We don't. They live there. This is their land. No country, no colonizer gave our land to us. This country was given to us by God. Our lands were given to us by God from time immemorial. In Genesis chapter 1, when God created the earth, the first blessing he gave mankind, he said, take dominion, prosper, and multiply. We claim to be a Christian nation. Where are our Christian values? Tuplo lida blomi, osongang blomi. Me ask him this plus so that it's on record. The reason why I'm asking the questions is so that they are on the public record. YouTube want them good man. But we cannot keep sweeping matters under the carpet. Number 3, national sovereignty and self-reliance. That word just popped out right at me. We talked about sovereignty. We are talking about it. What steps, what measures are we taking to make it a reality? These are goals. And goals, the intention of a goal is to be achieved. The national sovereignty and self-reliance for Papua New Guinea to be politically and economically independent and its economy basically self-reliant. I went to work in Lihir in the 2000s, and I met a lot of friends. I met a lot of friends from Bougainville because of the crisis in their land. They chose not to be combatants, so they came across and they worked with us in Lihir. And I wanted to do some research on what Bougainville was like during those days. In Bougainville, during the conflict, these men and women They showed resilience, self-resilience. The 5 national goals that we are talking about, they've demonstrated that throughout the crisis. We had a shutdown, Sir Puka, to answer your question. We shut them off from our economy for 10 years. We marginalized them. We stopped food and supplies to going from them. These people thrived. They took old parts out from Panguna mine, they turned it into a hydro dam. They made their own electricity. Their electricity is probably more dependable, more reliable than what PNG Power is currently giving us. So, you know, if our concerns are about that, then are our concerns genuine? Are we telling the truth? The second thing, the fourth thing is this. Natural resources and environment. For Papua New Guinea's natural resources and environment to be conserved and used for the collective benefit of the people and to be replenished for the benefit of future generations. We've got massive amounts of money being generated, wealth being generated in the non-renewable sectors. How much of that is retained? There's nothing that we can see that's preserved for future generations. And benefiting from the wealth of this nation, the mineral wealth, who's really benefiting from it? Are your people benefiting? Many Bougainville landowners benefited from the Bougainville copper mine. Where is the equity? As a nation, we have to be concerned about these things because these are our guiding goals. These are our national goals and development principles. This is the piece of paper that the government's function, basically primary function, is based on. It's the Constitution. Number 5, the 5th development goal is Papua New Guinean ways. You know, the lawyers will laugh at it. The white men will laugh at it. But I am a Papua New Guinean. My people's ways matter to me. They tie to my past, and they tie my children to me. The Papua New Guinean ways, these are the ways, this is what the Lord has given us. Pasin blo yumia. Pasin emon bla something way. Yumi save claiming mo assembly me. Mi blo morobe mi blo sekoli miti. We try to do what is right by everybody that comes to our land. Even sometimes to our own detriment, we try our best to do what is right. What is the position of the government on Papua New Guinean ways? Because these are not Australians, they're not Americans, they're not Chinese. Currently, the Bougainvillians are Papua New Guineans. What about their ways? Or do our ways matter more than theirs? Tuplo leader blomi. Me open him talk blomi one time. This is a point because I'm going to go straight into a. I was asked to attend to observe, but then I thought this is an important matter. So I put some ideas that some perspectives on paper so that I wouldn't miss out on what I really and truly wanted to say. Papua New Guinea's relationship with the people of Bougainville remains one of the most defining tests of our nation's moral conscience, constitutional integrity, and leadership maturity. We have to deal with this with leadership. We have to deal with this with maturity. Why did this not happen in Sir Michael's time? You look at Sir Michael's leadership. Why did it not happen in his time? Because Sir Michael had mature leadership. The Bougainville crisis, 1988 to 1998, was not only an armed conflict, it was a cry for recognition. When the Bougainvillians asked to participate, to exercise their constitutional right to benefit from a mine that is on their land, when they asked for that constitutional privilege, the right to benefit from resources on their own land, they were treated like the enemy. This is a dark stain on our country's history. And we cannot wipe it, sweep it under the rug for political convenience. Nothing in the Bougainville referendum should be taken for granted, and we should do away with political convenience. If we are going to call for the ratification, and if there's no constitutional or if there's no legal strength behind it, then where's the genuineness of this? As leaders of this generation, the Bougainvillean crisis, 1998, was not only an armed conflict, it was a cry for recognition, justice, and dignity. Over 20,000 lives were lost. Bougainvillean men, women, and children who died asserting their right to self-determination, land ownership, and economic justice. This is what the Bougainville conflict is all about. This is what it's about. They did not fight to put a member in parliament. They did not fight for any other thing. These people fought for something that was rightfully theirs for them to benefit and to enjoy. They fought for their constitutional rights to enjoy the benefits of that copper mine on their land. The politicians who sent the soldiers to Bougainville should have been tried in a criminal war crimes tribunal. That's my own perspective as a citizen. But where was the accountability for all of that? As leaders of this generation, we must not repeat the mistakes of the past. The Parliamentary Bipartisan Committee's consultation is not a political exercise. It is a sacred duty to restore truth, trust, and peace between Bougainvilleans and Papua New Guineans. Our perspective aligns with the Constitution of Papua New Guinea, the national goals and directive principles, and international norms of self-determination and human rights. It aims to guide constructive, lawful, and morally grounded pathways to peace and shared prosperity. The constitutional and legal foundations of our perspective is the national goals and directive principles. The Constitution declares that our national wealth, resources, and environment to be used for the collective benefit of all and the replacement for future generations. Of all of this, development should take place primarily through the use of Papua New Guinean forms of social, political, and economic organization. If we're going to talk about the Bougainvillean aspirations for independence, then we should do it in a Melanesian and Papua New Guinean way. We shouldn't bring in the legalese, we shouldn't bring in all of this, and we should not be tied down. We should be open-minded about this. And we should talk about it as Papua New Guineans. If I come to your land, I have no claim over your land. If we go to Bougainville, we should have no claims over the Bougainvilleans' land. The land is given to us by God. It was not given to us by any government to be taken away later. It was not given to us by the colonizers. We have lived here since time immemorial, and we need to respect the Bougainvilleans for the very same thing that we are talking about. We call for equal participation by all citizens in the political, economic, social, and cultural life of the nation. National Goal 2, equality and participation. If 97.7% of Bougainvilleans have voted for independence, then democratically, I would say the Bougainvillean people have spoken. For us to procrastinate, for us to beat around the bush, for us to continue to ghost them, and for us to continue to avoid accountability is not leadership. It's not leadership. I don't know what it is, but it's not leadership. We need mature political leadership. We need the Minister for Bougainville to take the lead on this issue, to sit here with you. And it is his place as the Minister for Bougainville to present this in Parliament, to talk to the Prime Minister, to talk to the Attorney General's office, to talk to the necessary people, even the United Nations, and bring them into this discussion. If you pili mo semrisla problem and bring la tumas lo head lo yumi lo solve him, then bring in the United Nations. Bring in neutral people so that they can come and sit here at the table with us, because they have more experience. We are only 50 years of independence. What have we got to show for it? The United Nations have been around. They can draw on the experience of so many countries that they've worked with for this particular thing. Timor-Leste got their independence. If they can do it, then give me also money. These principles affirm that true sovereignty rests not in political control, but in the empowerment of people to determine their destiny, to manage their resources, and to sustain their cultural identity. Bougainville voted 97.7% for self-determination or independence. Only 2% voted for greater autonomy. Why are we not listening to that? Every single member sitting in parliament is an outcome of a majority vote. So where have the rules changed? This political convenience is not healthy for any country. We must not let political convenience, no matter what it is, determine our decision making on the floor of parliament. Because then it means that we have no longer become a constitutional parliament. We are no longer a democracy. We're a country of convenience. Under the Bougainville Peace Agreement, later enshrined in the constitutional laws of PNG, the right of Bougainvillians to an autonomous government and an eventual referendum was guaranteed. The overwhelming referendum result, 97.7% in favor of independence, was an unambiguous. It was an unambiguous democratic expression of the people's will. Unambiguous, blatantly clear. Under international law, particularly the Article 1 of the United Nations Charter and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the rights of people to self-determination is recognized as a fundamental human right. Our Prime Minister just recently attended the United Nations. Are we going to turn our back on Article 1 of the UN Charter? Therefore, Bougainville's claim is not a rebellion. It is a constitutional process. It is a constitutional process affirmed by law and international principles. The Panguna mine is more than an economic asset. It is a sacred ground upon which the conflict was born. It is a picture of the struggle for control, dignity, and justice over the resources of the land. Reopening Panguna under international ownership of foreign corporate structures without Bougainvillian consent or participation would reignite historical wounds. Remember, we're not talking about a couple of hundred people. More than 20,000 people died. This must mean something. I hope that when Parliament sits to review this, they have to review this with a conscience, because the blood of those people are still screaming from the ground. God will hold every single person accountable for any atrocities that happen out there. It's biblical. It will come to pass. The people that orchestrated for this to happen, God will judge them. Justice and reconciliation require that the Panguna mine be constitutionally vested in the autonomous region of Bougainville. It's the right thing to do. Give the Panguna mine back to the people of Bougainville because it belongs to them. It's on their land. Again, I ask you, are any of us going to go and live there? We are Papua New Guineans. Are we going to go and live there? Are we going to grow old there? This is their land. This is their mine. And this is their people. 97.7% voted. They voted for this. Justice and reconciliation require that the Panguna mine be constitutionally vested in the autonomous region of Bougainville for the Bougainville people to manage, regulate, and benefit directly from its development. Yimi askim lo, all by Simani Loea, or there's a mine. It used to be the biggest copper mine in Papua New Guinea in the 1970s. That's still there. They're not going to look for money. They will have money. One thing I noticed about the New Guinea island is in terms of stewardship, they're very good at it. They're much better than us on the mainland. They tend to take care of things much better than us, and they have better social and community well-being because of that. Yumi lo here, because Yumi got people around, we tend to be a bit reckless about it. But the people in the New Guinea islands, you give them up, they will make something out of it. And I believe that the Bougainvillian people have that capacity. This arrangement will enable the creation of a Bougainville Sovereign Wealth Fund. Yimi tuk PNG Sovereign Wealth Fund, do we have any real visibility on it? Whereabouts is it? Ogara LNG, Yimi Salime, where is the money? Ogara gold, the one more line oglokam no kisimot lahia gona. Mipro papaground still go come. Where's the wealth? There's no accountability for it. What kind of track record do we have? What kind of moral grounds do we have to stand on there and tell the Bougainvilles, no, you can't do that? Cocoa, copra. I've lived in Rabaul. I've lived in New Ireland, and I've seen that these people have a much better way of sustainability. So in my heart, knowing what I know, I believe that the Bougainvillean peoples, Yimi Toktoglo, self-sustainability, they're better off than we have. You look around you, everything, the evidence is just there. This arrangement will enable the creation of a Bougainville Sovereign Wealth Fund, governed transparently and equitably for the benefit of future generations, just as Norway, Botswana, and Timor-Leste have done. What I'm talking about is not a new thing. It's already been done. Timor-Leste is a newly independent nation. Although I guess slowly they put it into the Sovereign Wealth Fund and they've used that to finance their country. This is what all smart thinking countries should do. Is partnership, not possession. National laws, but respecting Bougainville's right to economic self-determination. We can talk about independence, but our moral duty and obligation is to help them become economically independent. Give them their mind. We must never forget that so many people have perished on Bougainville. Again, the reason why they did it was something that all of us, I believe that we would have done the same thing. If you were a true patriot, you would fight for your self-sustainability. You would fight for your rights. For your rights as a human being, your basic rights and your freedoms, you would fight for it. I'm hoping that you would, because I would. Why are the people in Pogora? Why are they fighting against everybody? Why? Is our agenda more important than this? Is our political convenience more important than the people of Pogora's intentions and aspirations? Many people ask, why do all of these people flock to Ley? They come here because they don't have basic health, education, the things that we as a government are supposed to provide for them in their hometowns, in their villages, in their districts. They don't have that. And this is why the urban drift happens. This is about accountability. Our leaders have to go back and do what is their constitutional duties, do what they are mandated to do to help the greater good of the people that live in their districts. Bougainvillians are only asking for their constitutional rights to be respected and heard. No national inquiry has ever held leaders accountable for war crimes or humanitarian violations committed during that dark period during the Bougainville crisis. Reconciliation is incomplete without truth. The National Parliament must consider the establishment of a Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission to document what went wrong so that we can teach our future generations what not to do. Acknowledge state failures and formally apologize to the people of Bougainville. I don't know whether this has happened or not, but this is something long coming. Such an act would restore moral integrity and reaffirm our Constitution's preamble. People united, free, and equal. Number 5, political and development pathway forward. To move from conflict to cooperation, the following framework is proposed. Strategic objective number 1, honor the referendum result. Honor the referendum result. Action, establish a structured transition roadmap with fixed timelines endorsed by both governments, ABG and PNG government. Responsible parties should be the National Parliament, ABG, and the PNG National Executive Council. I'm thinking that if Yumi Golahapna, Yumi Sodlo thinking we should bring in the United Nations and other people that have been across this pathway, they did it in Timor-Leste. We should consider those options. Expected outcome, predictable, lawful, independent, or negotiated autonomy settlement. Pathway number 2, return Panguna mine to Bougainville custodianship. Legislate joint ownership framework between ABG and Bougainvillian landowners. Responsible parties, Department of Mining, Autonomous Bougainville Government, National Parliament. The expected outcome for this economic empowerment and stability. They will be able to fund their own government. They've already got the autonomous Bougainville government in place. They have an existing government framework in place. Give them back their mine. Legislate it back to them so that they can fund their own government. Bougainville Sovereign Wealth Fund. Create on the PNG Sovereign Wealth Fund Act with ABG legislative oversight. Give the economic powers back to the ABG. The responsible parties should be the autonomous Bougainville government team and probably some people from the United Nations. The expected outcome for this would be to have sustainable resource revenue management, create a savings sovereign wealth funds established by commodity exporting economies to achieve intergenerational equity and protect their domestic economies from the volatility and eventual exhaustion of their natural resources. Use the money from the Panguna mine to invest in other commodities, other businesses offshore, so that they can get a return on investment. Enable the people of Bougainville to rebuild their investment capabilities. Now, one good thing about this is this: it gives us Papua New Guineans the opportunity to create businesses and ask the Bougainvillians to come in and invest in them here. It means that we have to lift our game. We have to improve our business processes, our business practices, and also we have to look at the bureaucratic red tape that stops investors from coming into PNG and deal with those. Pathway number 4, National Reconciliation and Memorial Initiative. Establish a Bougainville War Memorial and annual National Day of Reflection. Yimisave Lotokokla National Repentance Day and a National Day of Prayer. We should consider this seriously. It's more relevant to us. Department of Justice, the responsible parties for this would be the Department of Justice and Attorney General, the churches, and the chiefs. The expected outcome for this would be a moral healing and national unity. 5, Bougainville doesn't have to be our enemy. They are a part of us. Let's create a long-term partnership treaty. Create a Bougainville PNG Economic and Security Cooperation Treaty. The people that can do this is the Department of Foreign Affairs, Autonomous Bougainville Government, and National Parliament. The expected outcome for this would be peaceful coexistence and shared prosperity. We finish now. Point 6. As Papua New Guineans, our moral responsibility is to uphold justice, even when it is inconvenient. It is our moral responsibility to uphold justice, even when it is inconvenient, and peace, even when it challenges political power. You may have a working political power and the end all and be all of everything. Tell me how many politicians took political power to heaven with them after they died. It's not real. True unity is not achieved by force or delay. It is built through trust, fairness, and respect. If Bougainville's journey to nationhood is conducted through law, compassion, and dialogue, Papua New Guinea will not lose a province. It will gain a loyal neighbor, ally, and partner in the Pacific family. Let us therefore approach the committee's work as men and women of peace, guided by the words of the Constitution. We guard and pass on to those who come after us our noble traditions and the Christian principles that are ours now. May God bless the people of Papua New Guinea. Let justice prevail. Now is not whether Bougainville deserves independence. It is whether Papua New Guinea can rise to the moral and constitutional test of leadership that history demands. Honoring Bougainville's right to economic and political self-determination will demonstrate to the world that Papua New Guinea is a mature democracy governed by law, faith and compassion, a nation that heals, not harms. Thank you, Loharimblo, Yupla Ogara. God can bless him, Yupla Ogara. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
We will need the submission, the
Yes.
written submission.
Yes. Give us your written.
Dr. Alden Marat na saya pugatemo. Big respected staff. It will come up here. Give him time na come up here. Okay, mi staff. Mi lumi mogia gerilial. Mi simbu. Tasol mi sa work lo provincial affairs department lo Port Moresby. Now involved too much law this decentralization something so me got legally idea long. But now me establish authority and boss blow me so me be anime come lo here. Two me got interest lo family side lo bugatu. So time lo referendum me stop lo Mosby. Me play lo Gordons na work referendum lo. Okay, no got plan it October me begin inside lo here me play sample man other side stop all Bougainville to stop. All Bougainville stop only got a referendum. Only participate lo make him. For or against law independence or making finish long or stop namel law here. So when they answer two questions, they have to be very, very careful. Opinion blow me yet also we talk. With due respect to you. Question them come the wrong time. This question should have come at a time or before the referendum. A referendum am come up finish or line law. Are of yet? And we talk out now, and you read him out a percentage or talk finish here. Okay, when we go into the questions here, when we start to answer the questions, you will see it is okay. Second question is posing a problem. To others, it will be okay, but to Bougainvilleans, they already stood their ground. Why would they go into talking about a process of not ratifying? They're going to go against that referendum, the national government. So when they start to participate and answer what we are going to do if the government decide not to do all of those things, I think the Bougainvilleans who have participated, they should refrain. Those of us outside can give our opinion. So about talking about you leaving to the government to say yes or no. That when a referendum is given, when the government say, okay, you go and do the referendum, okay, we want independence. My original thinking was that the government would just go ahead and say, okay, on man like him, we go ahead and give it, but by marking time, go behind. And the process will take a long time. How we prepare ourselves, these questions should come. The first question will come in. All the think tank will start Papua New Guinea now. One will come by exploiting way go forward. Now we are going back. Now you mean no respect in this referendum. The government has come with two questions, as if this thing is a new that they're trying to now hold a referendum or something. So me not have to talk plenty. I want the Bougainvilleans here to be very careful. In answering the second question, if you were for independence, this question will now, you are giving a consent that you are going against your original thought. So this slide you must thinking good now. You start answering questions. For you're right. Papua New Guineans, we can answer two questions. But Bougainville, you are thinking good now. Make a move. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just make one comment and then I will continue the new agreement called a Melanesian Agreement, which was signed in New Zealand. 2.3 says like this, if I can read it for the benefit of those who are here and those who are listening. the parties shall accept the decision of the National Parliament in the first instance regarding the referendum result and commit to further consultation if required and agreed according to an agreed timeline. Tupla government agree in New Zealand. And so the question that the committee, not the government, the committee is raising the question. The government didn't raise it. This is the parliamentary committee. Parliament is different from the executive government. So the question is, if parliament says no, how do we handle it? 2.3 says continue to talk. So there is that opportunity. But when you talk, what do you talk about? So those are for how long? And so, but I want to emphasize that nation building is a long-term process. It's not a two-decade process. And so, this is why the referendum was given a time frame. After the first ABG government was formed, there has to be a window period of 10 to 15 years before the referendum. So 2005, it couldn't go beyond 2020. So the referendum was held in 2019. Constitution says consult over the referendum result. Constitution was right. No time frame was given on consultation. So please know the realities of what the laws say. And we want to remove emotion out of this discussion. We want to be factual and also follow the law of the country. The agreement, Bougainville Peace Agreement, also agreed to say that there's only one authority to be recognized to deal with the referendum result, and that is the National Parliament, not the Autonomous Bougainville House of Representatives. Only the National Parliament was recognized under the peace agreement to be the only authority to make the final decision. Now, and you may stop now. And so I don't want to, I just want to clarify the issue because this is not late. This is not something we should have done earlier on, no. This is, there are matters that were ignored, but we are here now. Result is there. Parliament has to make the decision, one kind decision. There's an opportunity, Parliament to also say, no, we'll talk again. Opportunities must be wide enough to allow Bougainville a breathing space. Thank you.
Testing.
Thank you, Dr. Marat and Honorable Sepukatemo. Long kamble yupla na bungi mipla long tok long Bougainville. Misa nabia ba mi tok short platasol. Why do people elect the members to the parliament? That's the first question. In my view, we elect members to the parliament to speak and talk on our behalf long welfare bla yumi emstreda. Antabla talk. Our late governor, Songang Lutawenge, mipla maki mem neglo National Parliament. And he already spoke on our behalf in the parliament. Give me independence of Bougainville. Is there an issue with that? Or maybe I misheard him. But he said in the parliament, I watched it on the TV. So I am confused. You mean making more leader go talk one him? He already spoke on behalf of Morobe people. Me the citizen that's all. And if he had spoken already on behalf of we Morobeans, who dares should go and say, look, we didn't tell you, we didn't vote you to go and say this and that. No. Having said that, I'm standing here because I have so many friends from university days in 80s. Many of them are no longer here, most. But I want to congratulate the elected leader Blongol, Ismail Toroma. I followed him and I realized he had 13.100 days strategy. First one that, if I can recall, is to have the Constitution of Bougainville, Constitution Blongol. I appreciate what Dr. Marad and Honorable Sepuka briefing us on various agreements, plenty something, and it has not taken place ever since. I don't know why we never implemented that. But when you look at timeline and the leadership of Bougainville are saying that enough is enough, we're going to get straight to the point. And that's what is happening. And they are telling us a lot of message. So with respect to the government of the day and the minister responsible, I think you must have him talk from Bougainville. I happened to work there and in Rabaul and grew up there, and I know very well they are good people. They're good people. I spent my lifetime in Rabaul. It was a transit for all Moravians who traveled through Panguna. All they will go to Buka, and I'll be and come back, come to Morobe. They're good people. Hey, give me independence all. But stop yet. Me no been one bell time. You me yet go back of him all. Also, Pikinini, his Holmes kissing talk. Plenty lives have gone. Who's going to account for all that? We elected the government to be accountable, right? The supreme accountability is with the government. Why don't they account for it? Give them all independence. Thank you.
Yes, while the others are coming up, there are issues that is now been, there's a conversation going on right now in some circles. The implications of Parliament giving independence to Bougainville, its impact on, for example, other resource provinces like Morobe, New Ireland, Hela. What do they do when they put, how can the country handle these issues when, and so we want to open up the discussions. We want you to also state, for example, the Parliament, the committee will want to have a very, very strong set of arguments to put forward to support the no vote. And if there are audiences out there listening, we also want those reasons why the Parliament should be cautious in its vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Alan Marat, on them Sepuka. Name Lomi, Manangi, Simongi, mi blofin safen, na mi batutuglo, mi yet, na mi bato on behalf of God. You mi harem despla. Oh, something come up, peace process been kick off. No God one pla. Leaders, both sides, EU ship. Let them talk, God. Enough, go pass. Long halibim yumi lo settlement this issue. Because before, yumi man come up, God is finish, na talk is finish. So, lo hivi blo Bougainville, blo Israel now stop, stop finish lo Bible. Na inap long all leaders, through lo despla o maybe church leaders, all the line elites, you using Bible, ating. Mino talk ating, mino can talk ating because encha is stop finish. By me touching this blood, mino na wokim mosem, brata blo mi kissing long hap wokim, migat, pepa mi putim long, sorry, migat, pepa stop black and white by me hendim. So by me go lo points, that's all. Long when some speakers nunggu back talk. All points mi tromay na mi hendim. Pablo Mika. Thank you. Talk come out of brother talk finish. First, Pablo Yumi. Lo Bible Yumi sa usem Adam. And first bin Godimakim, Wokim. Yumi harem usem. And first ancestors, or first ancestor belong all human beings. Na Abraham biga tupla piginini. Ismail, story belong Ismail, by you mix him here, Osem, emi reminder, lo Papua New Guinea. Story belong you me height anini, and firstborn. Why am firstborn? Na secondborn, Isaac na go pass. Sorry, why am go pass? Isaac go pass. Because Ismail and firstborn class all go to you slave, why you stop slave. Time below you stop, you know yet. Larem, secondborn by go pass. Na you got time stop. So larem Ismail go pass. So sorry, Isaac go pass. Second one. Long Bible go finish long Joseph ogeda second born all go pass. Manasseh finish lo Joseph na all Israel lose Egypt. So story blow you me height underneath. Hidden tribe or hidden man married by Kamabian. All right. This line Adam or generation belong Adam he come here. Brother, home stock finish. Oh, kissing talk finish, sorry. Osem, all colonize as he come na Dr. Marat di talk finish. Germany, England, na Australia, look at in this country. Mino all Papua New Guinea dino makim this la bandri blumi. Blum this country. This la colonize as he come here. All by go pass yami by stop slave yet. In a time blumi God by talk. So, all this line go past ya. All makim. Boundary blow me na, including Bougainville come inside. Come inside the territory blow, Papua New Guinea. Me no deciding this lami yet. All line go past ya, all deciding. So, stop long. Proverbs 22:28. All line blow me plalo Bougainville. Intercessors all been using this la Lincoln pistol. All talk long. Proverbs 22 talk long. Boundary ya. Boundary. You know, can move in boundary where ancestors blow you me making finish. You got another plateau is stop. Deuteronomy 19:14 and two talk long this fla. Don't move the boundary your ancestors established long time ago. And stop finish. So minus of argument belong line belong Bougainville Lincoln. Suppose all minim inside long Bougainville, yes. All tribes, clan mi playet save one all ground blow me place. Was supposed to talk like exclusive economic zone. International land like Australia, Indonesia, Mino Makim Despla. All line go past Makim. All colonizers. In this case, German, England, na Australia. Solo boundary, New Guinea no got taste long. Because I'm all making finish na giving me plan. Me clearing point blow boundary. You may I argue because all been Mrs. Marilyn late brother sorry Bougainvillian and been touching Mary New Zealand and talk intercessors been using this pla. Me play using this pla long Lincoln Pistock so me rebuke him this pla. So I mean inside of Bougainville I think by yes. All tribes me play it save one on ground mag but suppose minim outside. Meaning whole Bougainville way, Papua New Guinea, he extend him now, pull him come inside, and Papua New Guinea walk in this la. So me clear him, me review this la, tintin, clear him, tintin. Me by go long, talk blow me long, enemy number one blow Bougainville, na Papua New Guinea want him. Enemy number one, no got leader is have. No got church leader is have. No got educated elite is have.
Patuga da man meri isave long. Desla enemy im high distabet. Desla enemy. Now when we talk about desla enemy. Desla as na papa blong mi pla constitution. John Momase. Only go pass lo working constitution. You miss the papa blong constitution. And we go while Papua New Guinea like debate long. Desla constitution don't play Mr. Peninsula, New York. And we go straight there. And we no wrong logo. And all making boundary. Now I'm go give him independence. All supposed to give him. You know me Papua New Guinea batotok. And go straight long all. United Nations lo tuto. So this was something high distabos na no got man ba sabi so mito thank you lo marapero so gaman. Long toko right lo come out. So this la you know na belas ba sabi. All grassroots lo one pla haplo ko na laymen. I say you to play finish lo last week on the Blue Highlands. You to play stop here by next week by play Salorabol. No good one pla blong all man meri. O no good now by you to play kisim. This la talk. High stop. When I'm something high stop me like to talk. Lens Ordinance 1968. Lens Ordinance 1968. Stop finish law 1968. 7 years before Papua New Guinea kisim independence law 1975. 7 years. Ista pa na Papua New Guinea kisim independence law 1975. Desla 7 years ya Papua New Guinea. Inopin enetim desla law. Stop finish so you me harem lo parliament. Members lo parliament by tokusem. Minister lo lens. Despla mipla baim lo tabako ya. Sopia lablabia. Desla time 99 years lisi finish. Desla ground must come back lo papa ground. Now, minister, you must have him. Now, a member of the labor ministers pass long him all by talk, no got, and by go back long ground. Time and finish, time. But one in time and by finish. When this 99 years lease, 1968 Lens Ordinance will be expired. That's the common enemy number one. Bougainville, you na me. And me no finish, all kism ground is stop, yeah? 99 years is stop inside there. When that land law will expire? Stop it now. Na stop inside law 1996 Land Act. 99 years lease is stop it. Long Abraham time 99 years lease na sign him contract. Nakatim skin. Want to begin naman long Ismail. Mi touching finish Ismail na yupla harem. 99 years is stop. Isaac and me go past na Ismail is stop it. Tasul Isaac come up. Emiet na all katim skin na this time Abraham narapla years belong him. Narapla year. You know 1 kind 99. So Lens Etia stop inside of this la Lens Ordinance 1968 na. This la no got man save. You meet to Bougainville heavy ya. 2 pla 1 pla decentralization. Ulida go pass long John Momase. Narapla environmental issue bro Bougainville. All right, bro, leaders go pass long in John Momase go finish long hap come back all harem talk na. This la provincial government system and kick off. So this la box number 1, decentralization and tick. All finish, tick. Number 2, Bougainville heavy now stop. Lo this la ground ya. Fight come up lo ground. You know want a Papua New Guinea. Now by you forcing Papua New Guinea and talk, give me independence. And ground ya, enemy common number 1. Usat working this pla. You may go long Commonwealth, yes, United Nations, right? But why by United Nations? By no na harem talk. All 2 man, all protect logot, all broken, drawing lots. Now all broken this la ground na give him. All 2 man ya. All in on talking you yet by talking more loss him. Time blow you kiss up. Time blow you finish. You go on and ground blow you. Me to thank you, Lord God. You may celebrate him 50 years. You may plan the ask him why you may celebrate him this la 50 years. Plan the elite. Ask him why you may celebrate him this la 50 years. We are free from slavery. 2022 was our foundation year. 2022. And foundation year, bro. This country, Queen Mama, 1952. Kisim sit. Osem reign kisim power. Ikam 22 70 years long finish. That's the same time. Die too ya. na ibinigo. But Israel is tabanin nitlo Babylon for 70 years pa, I'll go back. 70 years. Jeremiah 25, verse 11. 29, verse 10. Talk all this, Israel go back after 70 years, one time Babylon. So, our 70 years under the slavery, shackles of slavery, and finish, no 22. That was our foundation year. 23 now, where all the debts are cancelled. Year debts are cancelled in 2023. Now this la time, this la law and finish one time, parliamentarians, you know, have it too. This la law finish law one time, and finish law 2023. 24 restoration, all the something go down, come back along this la ground. Leviticus 25, 9 to 13. Restoration. Now, as you may celebrate, yeah, this year, yeah. And now, this law am completely finished. 1968 law, yeah, Lands Ordinance, completely finished. Now, you may now, by you yet now. You may talk about economic independence, yeah, and now, by you may yet now. You may pass na istablo karama blo constitution. O se na sepuka istab, yeah. Man start, within him 2050. 2050 agreement, eh, Mr. Biakiteg, yeah? But why by 2050? There's a by no nabok. Oh. Why by 2050 no nabok? And because lo desla, and by start with him time. So desla law is stop, and by finish long and yet, inonap man by Rausim, go di plenty mo kada something na put him, lo time long and yet finish. So and finish. Desla and finish. Obviously, you may must have sent desla finish now. You may no more slave. Okay, thank you. Emlon desla tupla wonemia. Last one and big play issue. Suppose you may go by that decision of national court. The whole peace process by upside down. Whole peace process by upside down. This year that's all, yeah. National court decision handed down for that class lawsuit against Bougainville Copper Mine. Now just talk one name. Just talk merry go pass lo Bougainville. And through lo Dr. Marat, about already go pass lo ground. And through lo Samarai, already go pass lo ground. Now, already giving permission belong all you me fight na total independence. Tribes semoso. Now already, all tribes yeah, all go pass yeah, all chief blood tribes, all giving permission. If we go by this court's decision, all the peace process, and back to square one. So. Custom blow you me too, togos em mi planusa de lo meri. Em customary law belong Papua New Guinea stuff. That's why national court uphold him. So you must respect gender equality. Povers pack up na alen bed. You must have to gender equality. Why you may not give him more meri opportunity? Bougainville women only no talk. Now you must have a 97.7 all vote there. How many women were for independence? You make him view belong him cause consent express lo talk lo independence or no. Suppose you may no kiss him. You may force him. You may force him. You may man over the time like go pass. You may I think force him all marry usad lo Bougainville all cleansive all go pass. Now Bible goes him long Numbers 26 too strong in this plan. Women's ownership of land is a legal requirement. Numbers 26, now 36. Women's already go past lo ground na onim em legal requirement, lo law. So that's working law long this bla. Osem na heavy blow Bougainville, Mr. Pinis. That's all. No got man. He looks at lo this bla. Jesus he talk too. Prata bla mi talk long songang blow mi pla. Mi talk lo here mi tu mi morobe. Na se mi pla morobe mas giving blow mi pla lo here. Mi pla respecting all berta Papua New Guinea, but mi pla too, we got last opportunity now, you pla kami no last, but osem sepu katok, by got chance, but mi pla morobe too, so talk so. So ngang talk yeah. Jesus talk, Father, long Matthew 11, 25, 27, now Luke 10, 21, 23. Father, Lord of heaven and earth, I thank you because you have shown to the unlearned what you have hidden from the wise and learned. No wonder this peace process drag on and on. Because no gado sabe mani sabe. This is it, finish. And pass him. Time belong em tasona. Time can finish now. I'm giving you anything now, you may talk out. So, people process now, and people are heavy now. Suppose Papua New Guinea like strong him, decision blow national court. Mary, you may fight no independence. How much Mary to go right? How much Mary to go right? So you will give him gender equality go back law Mary. Suppose no cat, sepuka, Dr. Maret. Long questions me no na talk, but if you go by God's word, you may not mistake him all line blow you may Bougainville because hard evidence is stuff all by looking like Simbelisi. So question, me no not touching question, but me clear. If he cannot, because the law says no, autonomy is the mark. This is where we stop. This is where we stop. We go by God's word. It's there before the creation. Sabi ba come up na create him. So if we cannot find answer to this, we go back simply to the Bible. All the answers is now me touching me come. So by giving belly see long all because pa yung cross lo God create him to playa. Yes, you be cross lo Dr. Mara na sepuka because to playa ko recommendation but you cannot go against God the creator. Thank you. Committee, now ladies and gentlemen, now when me hand him.
Thank you.
Submission blow me. There's a submission. By me make him, one side. So, pagtablo mi Francis Brown na long hap, one ta ABG by Tokusem. When him tuk you pla walking na you pla recommendation go. So, me give him one pla copy too long. Sepuka, it's your responsibility at the chairman if you can, because I didn't see my sister Sam also here. I believe she's also on the committee. Mila hindim straight long na come na come. So please give it to them. So when you make recommendation, only God's word will sustain everybody. All by looks away too awesome. Only no okarangi or touch him long.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give him submission below you long. Manisanapia.
Thank you.
I'm secretary below parliamentary secretariat.
Thank you. So by me hindim here na me finish want them this last. So look so. That's a heavy blow. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the mic back to the gentleman here. You like to talk and you wanted to make a response to some previous points. Tetmo. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bueno, give it to. Oh. All right, you talk past them and I'm game long. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be short. My name is Dixon. I'm also from Morobe. There are 4th speaker from Morobe. I acknowledge what my fellow Morobean brother Om Sising said, and I endorse it to the very fullest. One time, Songang Papa Blumpla, IE Chief, Mr. Benson Nablu, our main points people in Morobe like Tok Longam. That we need to, as Morobians, we also want to contribute to talk about this in line with and support our late governor, who is also branded as a defender of the Constitution. And so we want to, or I want to actually say a few things, the points just briefly.
Hold your notes up. Yeah.
This Bougainville issue that we've been talking about, it's all documented in the Constitution. And as we all know very well, Constitution is the supreme law of the country. Section 11, with due respect, Dr. Alan Marat, lawyers your area. Section 11 of the Constitution stipulates that the Constitution is the highest law of the land. Highest law of the land meaning it has all the other laws they are subject under the Constitution, and that includes treaties and other agreements that come in line. Bougainville is also had this Constitution also running in parallel with Papua New Guinea's Constitution. So this is the highest that we can, and the Parliament, with due respect. So basically, me shortcutting lo tok wasem. And this labung impla kampung is timely because we just arrested the defender of the Constitution as that asol. Na mi plo pingin plo morobe pingin na mi plo sana wanto o problem pla now. And now someone Wenge is very vocal. Give Bougainville their Constitution. Now you their country. They decide to, and with due respect to Sepuka, you talk some
that when you want to talk, we be mindful that the others also who have, minding one. Hey, honorable and Laramo Cambien. Bougainville came first. In the 1960s, they wanted independence, and they pushed it, and that affected PNG to introduce when PNG became independent, they introduced the provincial government, and Bougainville has already saw its aspiration from the beginning. They won it, and they're the only ones, like, as we speak now, no provincial constitution, run parallel with them, PNG constitution, so give what they want. So my last talk, so it's timely, because maybe the rest of them down, so I'm still, I said, so you black I'm timely. So the them sleep, meaning we put him to rest, but that Bougainville issue should not be put to rest. And I take myself to one Bougainville person sitting in here. It's the person behind the one who's standing behind our Deputy Prime Minister, who's also from Morobe, to as a chief mourner to put our and give that the fitting burial to put our leader to rest. It's the man sitting next to our chief there, in front. A man start back, a man Bougainville man. So I'm come go put him some people Morobe, him go dinner no, on Bougainville. And I am short him talk to us all. I'm calling upon all my leaders of the parliament. If we want to put someone to rest, you must honor him, talk blame, fight the Bougainville, and all of you representing people 11 plus 6 or 12 plus 6 for parliament, vote anonymously, unreservedly for Bougainville to get its full independence. Case closed. Emphasis.
Sepuka Temu, I appreciate your comments. You talked about the concerns in other resource sites with regards to the 1M. It's constitutional. The wealth belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to the government, it belongs to the people. So, Narabla resource sites, Lohela, Wantemolis, Lolainia. It's not rocket science. In this day and age, people make up a sovereign nation. And any wealth that's found in the ground should not belong to the government, it should belong to the people. The national development goals, the national goals and the development principles are very, very clear. The wealth must be sustainable and it must serve, it must be preserved for future generations. Yumi got so many brilliant people in Papua New Guinea's think tank. They're in the government, the private sector. I understand your concerns about the breakaway of provinces. Oh, sorry, what was the question that you framed? You talked about Olmani got concern law, one other resource and wealth sites pursuing autonomy or perhaps independence. It's how you treat people, really. Suppose you pop up a house, you'll be fair and impartial to everybody in the house. This is how you keep cohesion, and this is how you keep unity and harmony in the house. But suppose you favor him 1 floor, 2 floor, 3 floor, pigini, nogaraman hungry. It's definitely coming, the storm is coming. So again, it comes down to consistency with our constitution. Our constitution is good because it holds the fabric of the country together. It promotes unity, it promotes prosperity, all of those things. But I think for any leader to think that to not work in alignment with the constitution, it means that their mindset is wrong. And they have to correct that and bring their practices back in line with the constitution. If people in Papua New Guinea are concerned about provinces breaking away, you can't break away, unfortunately. We're on the same island, so you bagoloy. You can't have your own independent nation within the bounds of Papua New Guinea. It won't work, it just won't work. Because Milukim, how will you police all these borders and how would you set up your own independent country within the bounds of Papua New Guinea? Bougainville is separated by sea. So then it's that in itself, Brother Blomi Toktoga, they applied for independence in the 1960s. They came first. The only thing that I can see is that we have to be consistent with the sharing of the wealth. We must invest equally, equal participation. We must go back to the national goals and the development principles of Papua New Guinea and make it happen. Ogoro resource wealth Bloyumia, we must have equal distribution. The equity must be distributed equally amongst the people of Papua New Guinea. So Yimi Toktoglo, I spoke on the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Do you know that Norway is richer than America? Norway has a less population than Papua New Guinea. It's smaller than America, but it's more wealthier than America. They did that through the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Oil and gas blow, they put it in the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and then once the money got to a stage where they could invest, they started buying shares in companies like Apple, Boeing, even Facebook, Coca-Cola, all got all this like company. The Norwegian government owns a large chunk of these companies through the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And this is the way that we should go as Papua New Guinea. We should be leveraging our Sovereign Wealth Fund in the non-renewable resource sector to invest it in renewable sector. If we want to build this country, we don't need to go and borrow money. We don't have to go and beg for loans or go and apply money, money number. You invest in your Sovereign Wealth Fund and get the Sovereign Wealth Fund to invest in successful companies that are in the world. It's not rocket science. Go and find companies like Apple, go and look for companies like Coca-Cola, go and look for companies or big company that have a proven and successful track record and invest parts of your Sovereign Wealth Fund in there, 10% of it maybe. And then when they pay your dividends, you use those dividends, you use your profit to spend on infrastructure in Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Laharim Bloyi Blogara. God bless Papua New Guinea. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Me like to talk second time now. I'm fully aware of the implication, as you alluded, that if we give independence to Bougainville, what happens to the rest of the province. Having said that, I served in the government for many years, and one of the key things that during our time in the pre-independence, we walk and then post-independent, decentralization. What has gone wrong? Bougainville, all land long starting decentralization, and spread over New Guinea Islands, and then followed by the mainland and the southern region, Morobay. And I happened to be the planner at the time, material time. And decentralization was one of those factors that empowered the Olman long, province long, making premier blong all na, all leaders blong all, na only come up in budget blong all na. One program national government binigan di sila time mo call them NPEP, National Public Expenditure Plan, where each provinces will make the budget and kissing money component of helping all provinces. What happened to this decentralization? Can we revisit that? The Olympic or Olympic or whatever that it's created when Ben Micah was appointed, Olympic or Olympic, that has really, why am I saying this? Bougainville is searching. Bougainville and other provinces are searching for autonomy. They want to rule themselves. They want to take care of themselves. So what is the appropriate political setup that can make them feel that they are party, they are part of development? This Olympic thing. And I happen to be the provincial planner and acting provincial administrator of Morobay. And we were very powerful with Bougainville, East New Britain, New Ireland. Me one plan, me go to Bougainville plan the time. Paul Nero and Bratablo me. Who was that planner? Long Bougainville, yeah? I forgot his name, I know his son. But that was exciting period where people felt they were part of the government system in the country. Today, I stand here. We don't feel like that now. Sorry, all honorable members. I don't feel like that. I'm a retired guy. I'm 73 years old, retired, living in the village. Looking back at the province, it is saddened me. Now, we are not feeling part of the development in each provinces. We don't feel like that. I don't know. How can you make us feel part of the system that at the end of the day we benefit from it? How can we? I don't know the answer. So me talk support on Bougainville or give him independence because of me, but leader of Bougainville, late Governor Luther Wenge M. talk. But I'm aware of the implication. So if that is going to be that implication that a lot of people are going to talk in Parliament, will be talking about it, then let's look at devolution of power. Give us that power to look after ourselves. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not an expert in this area, but look at Australia and the federal state and the state. Queenslanders, they run their own affairs. They look after their own resource. State within a state. State within a state. As long as Bougainville feel that they are party, they are the one that contributing to their personal development, community development, regional development within that, that's all what we want. People like him independent, but people yet. Inverted comma. Me, independent man. Mr. Place, I look after myself. But, law and order am heavy blows at. Huh? Government no make him something. Blackout. I think him sinano Jen said, I can't develop power. State. So this is where I think we need to feel we are empowered to run our own affairs. As an independent country, or somebody has to make us feel independent. And that is not happening. And that's why you're going to force a lot of places to start thinking about doing their own thing. So having said that, I grew up in Rabaul. I was more familiar with Mataungan situation. I was amongst some of those hidden Morabian behind the scene in good old days. And I lived there and I realized the importance of East New Britain people getting together through Mataungan Association, and they had office in Malaguna, #1, where I stayed with my family there. And I realized, talk, and then I think 27, at Lunga Lunga, I was at Keravat and I was driving that way. That's when they took the matter into their own hands. And Unukure, what I'm trying to refer to.
Kabaira.
Kabaira. No, when they took Jack Emmanuel, and I was at Keravat at that time. That's when I realized, having said that, Bougainville issues, all talk, government, yes, we're going to do this, we rectify this. Have they done that? You've just told us. People are getting frustrated. So, given this opportunity, I think all Saveman means a long system have to take this sentimental value of the people of the country and translate that into some kind of something that will empower people. Minasawe. So having said that, me been talk long when I'm here, but we look at decentralization. I think Sir John Momase, yes, he's still around. He's very vocal on empowering people, whether through independence or whatever means, but we need independent, in a general remark. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for the sake of our listeners around the country, the reason why I introduced this conversation that is going on is to let the country know that the greater issue of what about the rest of the country. If we make a decision on Bougainville whichever way, the national parliament as the legislature and the executive government as the implementer and the judiciary, the three arms of government, we need to look at the country's overall issues. In the second question of the answer no, the subsection reads like this: what preventive measures should first be considered before Parliament is asked to make the final decision? And the implications for the rest of the country. How do we restructure the 1995 Organic Law on Provincial Government and Local Level Governments by the late Ben Micah? Has that worked for us? 20 years of autonomous government with Bougainville. Why can't we learn from that for the other parts of the country in order to transfer powers for governors and their provinces to take charge to determine what type of power should we continue to delegate? Prime Minister make a reference to Section 42 of the Organic Law on Provincial Governments and Local Level Governments. Section 42 talks about many of the functions, powers, and responsibilities that must be transferred to the provincial governments. That hasn't been concluded as yet as a country. So we are still struggling. Wagan still controls many things, and provinces are getting frustrated. And so the issue of Bougainville independence cannot be discussed in a national conversation in isolation to the nation's need to rearrange itself in order to prevent other provinces talking about independence for themselves. Because with the Bougainville conflict, we actually changed the national constitution. When there is a conflict, leaders of the day sometimes are pressured to come back and change the constitution. Currently, we can change the constitution with the numbers on the floor. Other countries change constitutions only through a referendum process. Shouldn't be easy to change the Mama law. We are doing that left, right, and center. Under the current government, there are many constitutional changes because they have the numbers on the floor of Parliament. We should relook at all these arrangements to save the country called Papua New Guinea in breaking up in pieces. Those of you who are listening out there, this is the opportunity to think big. Don't just talk about Bougainville. Talk about the rest of Papua New Guinea too. Thank you.
If I may add just a little to what Sapuka has said. I strongly believe, me being on the government side, I strongly believe that the national government is now thinking along the lines what you, sir, were saying. And I say this in all honesty. During government caucuses, I believe the Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government has got an amendment being prepared in order to reintroduce decentralization to all provincial governments. Yeah. That's legally Dr. Solmi talk out. It's still in government circle. Mi play wako tok longan. I think all look sabe na. I think amani kirap now na look sabe. See what happened was in '75, and we all know what happened. CPC recommended decentralization. Okay, and I think it didn't happen at independence. And I think Bougainville was the only province that insisted on it. Yeah. So, and then, but decentralization continued for all the provinces until 1995, where in the wisdom of I think then government was under the prime ministership of Sir Julius Chan, where only withdraw him can no look at the power long all province come back can law Waigani. They became decentralized. Centralization was Yeah, so that's why a lot of provinces were struggling until now. And now you may. I really believe that the government is now rethinking the whole centralization process and it's going back to decentralization. The amendment is still there, and I believe, I think during this the September sitting, the amendment might be introduced, the constitutional amendment. Yeah. Also, I'm talking about that. So, nungkot mi mauswara na marapem by koroslomi.
Also,
Yeah, Mike Kampat Semrongan by Dr. Pesambian. Give me a comment.
Mi toko se mi tami yang pla mi throughout the country, southern region, West Pacific Highlands, New Guinea Islands. Na long look sawe blomi long pre-independence, post-independence, me serve inside of government. Na sit down back na very close to Bougainville and looking more something meeting you me for lig now na looking heavy now it come up. So me appreciate straight Dr. Marat long you talk with him. I think you me look back and now straight him sit down you me. I think that's the positive thing to take. I'm happy to hear that. But we must commit ourselves to it. Because if not, the country will be disintegrated, definitely. Why do I say this? They were disintegrated because of the resource, non-renewable resource. Certain part of the country will say, look, we have to go. That we don't give a damn about the rest of the country. We have the resources to survive. Bougainville was different. They said the resources in Panguna. I walked through Java River right down to the end doing the impact study, so I know Bougainville a little bit more than some Bougainvilleans, mitokvilai. But let's take our country seriously. And I appreciate that we need to revisit, sit down together and look at what has not gone right, and let's correct them, and must make commitment to make sure that we deliver. Suppose not, but you make it more heavy. So having said that, I really appreciate this committee that Sampla Mipla Tok Planti, maybe one or two will be taken on board. But if there is going to be an alternative, I want to recommend that we look at devolution of more powers to the provinces. And my final remark, that's my view. To make the matter more worse than the previous one, with this current arrangement of so-called DDA in its provinces. And I tell you what, you know where DDA started in the country? Morobe. And I was with Dr. Tracy Doherty, who was our lawyer. We drafted the Development Authority Act, and we started here. Manasupe was just a young boy as a lawyer. And our concept of DDA was totally different than current. And I'm sitting here watching, and it's getting from better to worse. So I think in review of OLIPAG, we need to visit that as well. Because accountability at that level is unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just before the next speaker, just for the sake of, in terms of some of the two questions that we put up, the first question, for example, when we agree with Bougainville and ratify the result, the question of time frame. Will they be given independent immediately? So I want some discussion on what is the time frame that we could negotiate in terms of the discussion with Bougainville leaders and the people. because we know that global experience shows that even after referendum favors independence, giving instantly independence doesn't work in many countries. That is the global experience. So as you are standing up to talk, we want some of you to comment on time frames in which we could have maybe a new agreement with Bougainville and the national government through a treaty arrangement, for example, as per the recommendation. So we want to hear it clearly as the committee. Are we talking about Larry Molgon or Liet Painim Way? Or are we talking about maintaining an arrangement with the mother country, like Australia and us over the years, through different arrangements? So some conversation we want to hear it from you, so it is recorded. That in relation to that, the legal advice that the committee has been given is when we finally make a decision, the Act of Parliament will have to be passed in order to carry forward this decision. Not just the enabling legislation, but it will also implicate constitutional amendments. Now, as you know, constitutional amendments to be passed require two-thirds absolute majority. And many times the parliament struggles to pass those constitutional arrangements. So it may take one full term of parliament before the constitutional arrangements that are recommended could be passed, or when they are passed, they're taken to the Supreme Court and challenged. So you're looking at the time frame, developing the laws, constitutional changes. So in the light of those things, I want some conversation on what time frame are we looking at in terms of giving independence to Bougainville as per their referendum result. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is George. I just want to make some comments here. Thank you, Dr. Marat and Dr. Pokotemu. I did hear you mentioned that during the 11th Parliament, a decision will be made on the ratification on the referendum of Bougainville. When you look at the referendum, it's a peace agreement, one of the pillars of a peace agreement, and it's a non-binding agreement. I'm also a Papua New Guinean and live also a Bougainville, and I've seen a lot of people came out of the bushes and the villages is based on the peace agreement. And the economic activity that happened in Bougainville were ordinary Bougainvilleans that tried their very best after the crisis, and we know the history. Yeah. So the aspiration and determination of the people of Bougainville is they've shown through the referendum process. And the two questions on a greater autonomy and independence. And according to NR research, 176 plus voters preferred independence, and 3,000 plus preferred greater autonomy. And that is the result of a community, a society, the people in expressing the democratic rights, expressing the democratic will to see a better society, a better nation, a better community, because of the bureaucracy and the systems that as a unified nation we have. People express their frustration, dissatisfactions, and they want to see that a government that is a responsible government that can look after and deliver efficient and effective services to them, and we all know about that. You also mentioned about the Melanesian agreement. If things don't come out the way that the expression that the people wish, the referendum process in result between Bougainville and Papua New Guinea is not a colonization, someone bringing from a colonizer. In other countries, it's about nations breaking on their colonizers. Bougainville is unique, and it's unique in other countries. It's a mutual understanding between a parent nationhood and intending sovereign nation. So before we give them all that aspiration that must know, why can't we build them up? Build institutions, economic that they can look after themselves. And when you talk about the 50 million economic that the ABG Gamma generate, it is by the people. And these are people who grew up after crisis. And the result of shown, and that is the aspiration and the determination of people. They want to make a society, a nation. So like you also said that the 11th parliament session will make sure they will make rectify, or they're gonna decide on what. All we know as elected leaders, the terms that we have doesn't last for, we have a limited time of living. That is the decisions that we make will make a great difference to our people, and it's a legacy for a government that is responsible for its people. In doing so, like other provinces, resource provinces are talking about having autonomy. Bougainville is different from other provinces. It followed the democratic process and followed the constitution of Papua New Guinea. So with that, I'm expressing my view as my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, I think I'll go with the issue of timing first. One thing that I do know from professional and personal life, if you don't have a time frame next to something, then you're not committed. Whether it's for yes or no, if you don't have a time frame, then you're not committed. Procrastination doesn't achieve anything. And in spaces of leadership, there's no such thing as no time frame. Everything that you do must have a specific time frame. If you're serious and genuine about something, and I think that we should be serious and genuine about this, because 97.7% of Bougainvilleans voted for independence. It doesn't matter what Papua New Guinea thinks, you know. To us, many of us are also concerned about the precedent of other provinces breaking away. But coming back to a time frame, we should go with 10 to 15 years, because to drag it out longer is unrealistic. And it will also leave doors and avenues open for opportunists to create problems within that window. So we should look at something between 10 to 15 years. I'm not an expert on this, but you know, based on time frame, to me it seems reasonable. Anything less than that without action is unrealistic and unviable. If we want to prolong it to 50 years, then you know, it's like Papua New Guinea saying that, oh, people are 50 years and people are independence winners. It's not realistic. So if we are genuine and realistic about the issue of dealing with what the Bougainvillean people want in their vote for independence, we should realistically look at between, I guess, I said 10 to 15 years, but I think it's 10 to 15 years. Along the way, what we should also do is look at the things that are going to enable Bougainville to become independently, economically sustainable. If we think about giving them independence, or we haven't given them independence, God has given them independence already. They are free men and women. They're not subject to us. We're all bound by the same laws of society that keeps us as living in harmony together. But in terms of being sentient beings, I guess everybody is independent. God has made that possible for 10 to 15 years. 10 to 15 years should do that. Coming back to this Toktoglo independence here, I think that Papua New Guineans, we have to be realistic about this. I think I can't see anybody on the mainland of Papua New Guinea running their own independent country, because everybody would, you know, pick up and go and live there as well. Nah, it's not realistic. I'm meeting with them. It's unviable. I don't think anybody could claim independence on the mainland of Papua New Guinea. Everybody's just too related to each other. And they wouldn't obey the laws. They wouldn't obey customs or quarantine or any kind of that rubbish. So for anybody, any person or I guess group of people trying to achieve independence on Papua New Guinea, I can't see it happening realistically. I love you enough to tell you the truth. I'm not lying to you. And hadlo yimi loksim one pla province loksim independence on tablo Papua New Guinea. We are all just too connected to each other. Am true or not? Okay, I think that should put to peace all thinking blow parliamentarians blow you me. So just go ahead and give independence to Bougainville. Government should be decentralized because power, when concentrated, becomes blind to the realities of the people it governs. This plus centralization of powers in Waigani it's a scam. It doesn't work. It's an outright and blatant scam. It's a place where the people that are in power make money out of poor citizens, poor Papua New Guineans. I'm a landowner. Now you go to Utram La Play, title blow ground blue, you guess how much money you're gonna spend. And by you spending more money, and say you buy ground blue now. So I don't believe in centralization. I haven't seen an economic model where it works. So I don't believe that centralization works. Government should be decentralized because power, when concentrated, becomes blind to the realities of the people it governs. Decentralization restores vision, balance, and accountability. When power is distant from the people, justice becomes slow and truth becomes expensive. Decentralization ensures the authority flows back to the community. The true origin of sovereignty, every village, district, and province has its own realities, customs, and challenges. Centralized governance assumes uniformity. Decentralized governance respects diversity. You try to run a country with centralized powers, it will never work. It has never worked before, and it will never work. In each province and each city, the citizens have the same needs. The government provides certain services to each province and each city. And if people don't have access to that, then they will all end up in Waigani. And I tell you, there's not enough space in Port Moresby for every single Papua New Guinean. We need to have decentralization, because if we have decentralization like what we did back in the 80s, goods and services flow smoother. You get the response from your applications a lot quicker. It enables business to happen faster, and it happens applications for investment to happen a lot quicker. If we go back to the central, now that we are in the centralized system of government, how is the country running as a whole? We have to think about this. If you want a certain permit, instead of before you go to provincial authorities or city authorities, you have to line up with everybody else. You just look at the NID system, for example. Usad loya, you apply lo NID, you black same day. Nogada. Some people wait how long? Some people wait 1 month. 3 years. Still waiting. This is the result of a centralized system. If we go back to a decentralized system, a critical instrument like the NID, you get it right here, right now. You know what checks, you know what, you go sign up, you buy a plane ticket, na go sino no Waigani, or Benim Dislaman, or Panim Secretary, blow, department, or go after the Minister of the Department, na Pani money law, Brahimol, Ximol coins, na Gimlo, Workman law, one department law, Kisimo Lensa Blue. If you have decentralized powers, for example, if you have a decentralized lands department in Lay City, and by Isilo Mipla Ogoro line where Mipla got granule or Mipla register them ground Mipla. Once we have it registered, it enables us to go to the bank and then commercially develop it. Economy happens, business happens, and the country prospers. So, talk na thinking blomilo timing and me come and me talk between 10 to 15 years is reasonable. Centralization doesn't work. We should absolutely go for decentralization. Thank you, Loharim Blogara.
Thank you. Just for the sake of the audience and those who are listening, I want to pose one question, and I want the conversation around it either now or when we visit the other parts of the country. Currently, under the Provincial Affairs and Local Level Government Affairs Department, there is a service agreement between 4 provinces: Morobe, New Ireland, East New Britain, and Anga. I'm trying to pose the question of the issue of autonomy and the timeliness of why wouldn't the national government allow immediately the process towards giving these provinces autonomy as we are progressing the vote on the Bougainville referendum. Could that be part of the recommendation of the committee? Because my belief is that whatever we do, the implications for the rest of the country must also be considered seriously. Would it be okay if we recommend, for example, those provinces like Governor for New Ireland passed away. He was also like Governor for Morobe for independence for Bougainville, Governor for New Ireland was for greater autonomy. Mdai Pinis. And so in view of the Melanesian spirit of recognizing the dead, for example, which is what you are emphasizing, we should recommend to the national government to allow these provinces that already been agreed for service agreement MOAs to give them autonomy immediately, because then in the 10 or 15 years as Bougainville is moving on to full economic independence and political and legal independence, these provinces or others could demonstrate that even within the country, you can do better. Now. And so those are the things that I want the rest of the country to also participate as you are thinking about this question of Bougainville, but how can we prepare ourselves better as a country in terms of decentralization of powers, which was one of the bases for the Bougainville conflict.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge our two honorable MPs here, Dr. Alan Marat, Sir Pukatemu. Thank you. You are the part of this committee that is taking the lead to get our views. Okay, this is the way forward. Okay, I'm Clement Marie. I'm a lecturer at National Polytechnic Institute, and I'm from Sepik region. Okay. I think my governor, Alan Bird, is also an outspoken person who always pushed for Bougainville's independence. Therefore, while listening to your brief before we start this session, and also from other speakers like our senior statesman, Nablu, thank you very much for your contribution, and my brother here, I believe issue is one of the burning issues in this country at this point in time. And as you said, before I stand up to say my bit of view, I'm really impressed that the national government already, have these provinces for autonomy status to govern their affairs in this country. So I'm from Sepik region too, and my region should be considered as well. Yeah. Thank you. So we should be part of this. When I sit down and consider this, I'm an emotional person too, because in my time serving as a lecturer, I helped so many Bougainvilleans. And one of the things that really broke my heart was one of the Bougainvillean students died, and I had to spend my personal money, worth of 12,000 kina, to repatriate his body from Ley to Bougainville, to Buga, and then to Kieta, and give him a decent burial. So that makes me really see the need and the value of people of Bougainville, wanting to stand up for their rights. Okay, so we have been talking so much, the government through its consultation processes, like you mentioned earlier before the session begins. This is one of the activities that the government sanctioned for you and your committee to go around, gauge views from the stakeholders, and then take it back to Parliament, table our views, and then you will decide on what course of action to take. Now, the two questions that you raise give us the opportunity to present our view. And I want to be short and sharp here.
I've got two important views. That is my personal view. Number one, as per the referendum result, we should give independence to Bougainville. Okay. Number two, with regard to the time frame and how to go about the Melanesian way to give them independence, okay, we have to consider Bougainville's issue over there. They re-elected President Ismail Trauma, and Ismail Trauma already set a time frame. 1st of September 2027 was the date set by APG and its people in that region for independence. So now we should not conflict with the date set by ABG and its people over there and our timing. As you said, okay, we have to give this time frame that is required for proper consultation and eventually arriving at a decision that will be beneficial for both parties, okay, for Papua New Guinea as well as Bougainville. But they already have their timing as well. So how do we make this fit in to acknowledge Bougainville's timing, which is 1st of September 2027, and the PNG government's timing? So we are now going around the cycle, okay? This is one of the many activities that the government does, and here we are in this session, okay? We are giving our views as well to the committee. Thank you for you to be part of the committee and yourself, and we are now contributing to see how we can help Bougainville to independence. That is why we are here, okay? So, as from CP point of view is, number one, as I said, give independence to Bougainville. Number two, we have to use Melanesian way to discuss, come to a consensus that will allow us to also get satisfaction, Kisimbelisi, and then we release Bougainville to be independent. On that note, I would like to stress a word here, conditional, okay? Should it be conditional independence or unconditional? Conditional independence meaning that mama must look out him good pikinini blogam. We have to nurture and nourish and make sure that child becomes an adult to survive on its own. If it is unconditional, well, you give him independence and you go. How you survive, that's your problem. But should we take the conditional approach? And then we take them on board up until we see that Bougainville is now fit to govern itself, both economically, like what my brothers mentioned. So the question of PNG government would be economic independence. Did PNG gain independence our economic independence? No. We were economically independent when Australia allowed us to gain independence. PNG was never independent. That is the truth. We were independent. And then we struggled to manage our economy to be economically independent. And today we are still struggling. The government is not managing the economy well and promoting and building the economy. PNG is a very small. We build the economy. Personally, borrowing is the modern approach to colonialism. We still, and the Westerners are seeing us as we are still colonizing them. That's the modern tactic of colonization. So why we continue to? Bougainville proved to us that straight after independence, they tried to build their livelihood by, coming up with some of the improvised version of developing to survive. Then they proved to us that they can survive. So, so many, one after the other, like Dr. Marat said before we start our session. So while listening attentively to Dr. Marat, I believe the processes are too long. The government is taking a right, going around the cycle, just trialing one process, seeing that this one, okay, let's go for next. So that's how we are going. So if we are really serious about allowing Bougainville to be independent nation, then we should discuss like what you are doing. It is proper to catch views from holders, Papua New Guineans to see how we can help our people from Bougainville to gain independence. Suppose no God by me talk here and we go around the cycle and we will continue to talk and talk. So that's my personal view. That's having more plenty Bougainville beginning to come school of Polytech. I continue to support them. And one of the incidents also me talk here, Mindai, me must get somebody belong me go. And it broke my heart. Me talk. These people should be self-reliant to support them. So I ask Papa belong lahap and talk me no had money. So I had to support. So these are the kind of situations. So many of us, in our little ways, we see the government ability now to make sure that give them something and we see, okay? Conditional, maybe. Like you said, sepukatemu, okay? So that could be one of the approaches to take, okay? And timing, okay, should not be prolonged because they already set their timing, like I said. So we might clash with their timing too. And what will happen next, we are not really sure. Thank you. I stop from here.
Just one comment before the next speaker, just for the sake of the listeners around the country once again. The concept of conditional independence is now recent for the first time in the conversation about Bougainville independence. So as a committee, we would want some input as well on the conditional independence concept. And perhaps it's linked to the time frame that we are talking about. So we in our terms of reference, this issue of conditional independence is a new concept, so we haven't yet processed it, but thank you for raising it. Obviously, it's related to, currently, I think there is agreement amongst all of us that Bougainville institutions of state are not yet well developed. Judiciary, financial systems, revenue, all those are still not yet well developed. So under the Melanesian agreement, there is a principle where the two governments have agreed to help Bougainville to build its institutions. We must continue to support Bougainville with its institutions, public service, judiciary, economy, etc., etc. And it will take time, like we have taken 50 years, and we are not there yet. And so those are the maybe the concept of conditional independence may be discussed around. We don't want to dilute the vote for independence with a conditional concept, because independence was one of the two options only, and only like him independence overwhelmingly. Yeah.
Conditional independence was not a topic of discussion by the Bougainvilleans. This is their agenda. So we need to talk about conditional independence, and I guess I'm talking about union. But the Bougainvilleans themselves, they opted for two options. 97.7% of them spoke about independence. Now, if we are going to talk about independence realistically, it must be realistic and it must be time-based. We have to identify what are the institutions that the Bougainvillean government needs to have in place and to be functioning competently before they become a state of the and the financial systems or mechanisms will they use to sustain their government, I guess their government functions. And then the third thing is that things like law and order, health, and those are the subsequent services that will be provided. They also must have the systems, the people, the processes in place to manage those things. And independence isn't going to happen overnight. So the best thing for us to do is to plant those seeds to help them, to empower them and give them those capabilities. Not 100% now, but as you said, we have autonomous regions within Papua New Guinea, build it up organically, I guess that's the word for it, to build independence organically from within so that they become self-sustaining in their own aspirations for independence.
Thank you, Mr. Kishing.
Sorry. May I interrupt? Before any one of you wishes to speak, you must make sure you have a mic. Because we want to record. I mean, some of the things you might have just said, very important. And it's not recorded. Yeah, okay, after him.
Thank you. Name Blomi, I'm Robin Calistus. With Lake City Authority. This is my third year with Lake City Authority, but I worked with Lake District for some times and Morobe Province for some years. So, me ba no natotokol sa a Bougainvillean, but Papua New Guinean, and at the same time, I'm a Bougainvillean. So, me stop outside lo Bougainville for a long time. Na me come stop walk lo here, long time. So, I've said, council almost 40 years in Papua New Guinea, not in Bougainville. But thank you for the bipartisan committee lo kamna. Kisim views lo mi long Morobe, lo lay. I think it's for the region, and most of the regions are not here. The other provinces are not here, but me plus staff. In July 7, 2021, it was announced that Bougainville will become independence by the end of 2027. I'm straight, huh? Okay, and this year, March, after the now. So in March 2025, the Bougainvillean leaders consultation was done and recommended 1st September 2027 as the date of independence. And it's reiterated by the president that we want independence by 1st September 2027. And this plan. So, mi plan, titing long, kisim independence. I'm true. But my personal view is that you may need him time. Also, my personal view, blow me, not for the Bougainvilleans and Papua New Guineans, but personally, blow me. I think we need time for us to get independence. Be a sovereign nation, be a sovereign nation. Because if learning plan is something finished law, independence for Papua New Guinea. So Bougainvilleans, all sabe. But as my personal view, you may need him time. You must come up good past time. Bougainville must develop something past time. Development must come up good past time. Usat is go lo Bougainville na. You go come na looking place. Na round long, whole Bougainville. 1 plus Sinani staff. I've been there. I travel. Arawa, Kieta, Aropa, Migolo Panguna, Miblo Buka, North Bougainville. I've traveled around the district in Buka. Og the road is sealed or not? Og the road is good plan or not? I'm not yet. We have not reached the rural people yet. Services blame me, I'm all right or not? I'm not yet. Also, I'm not thinking of the soul. We need to get things fixed first for Bougainville. Or something must in place past time. You may got one plus BSP bank tasol. You may like him triple more banks by operate lo Bougainville. NZ Bank, Okina Bank, Westpac Bank, Tisa Bank, or Wanamkan Bank need to be there in place before we plug independence. I'm thinking below me. Other things, institutions. You may got university or no got? Bougainville no got university yet. Those are the things. Picking come school law got to have Papua New Guinea. Now not to solve big money talk. One play die, we should be helping them. I'm not got. I'm also thinking below me. I worked in Norway for a long time. Na misa go come lo Bougainville. But I'm a Bougainvillean. Misa hamas law. People below me. Mi hamas law independence. But time frame, meeting also. Give me another 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years. Or maybe 10 years. Yeah. You may come 10 years finish. You may come 15 years finish.
what we have done within that time frame, Location Independence Law 2027. It was 15 years. Time frame was 15 years. We have done nothing. So give him another 5 years. Another term, Law Dislap, President. Another 5 years, nag-give him independence. And our government, Papua New Guinea government needs to do something. Also, Papa, straighten Pikinini past them, and must got house plan, must all right past them, and then give him independence. And Tintim Lamitasol. Thank you.
I just want to clarity so that it's clarified on what your position is. And the clarity is, come 1st of September, as you said, the requested date for independence for Bougainville, and the parliament has to make the decision to allow to ratify the result. Are you saying to defer this decision to accept independence, or are you saying let the process be concluded on ratification and then agreement with Bougainville for a time frame to continue to support Bougainville until institutions, etc., are in place? I want that clarity.
Make a decision, give a time frame. But give him time frame law. Building capacity past them. Thank you.
So Puka, thank you. Coming back to the comment on controlled independence, I don't think that's what the 97.7% of the people of Bougainville voted for. They did not talk about controlled independence. They made no such mention. This lemon here, so it's irrelevant. We should disregard that. The 97.7% of the people of Bougainville voted for independence in a democratic process. So we should respect that, and we should go for independence. In terms of what my colleagues have said, I don't believe that democracy can be given overnight. It has to be over a process of 10 to 15 years. And for that to happen, we must, Bougainville already has the autonomous Bougainville government. That right there is a functional, operational vehicle. It has systems for law, justice, health, education. All of those things are already in there. The structure is there to make it happen. When Papua New Guinea got our independence, Lay City was developed, Port Moresby was developed, Goroka and a few other small towns were developed, but not to this stage now. So for us to expect Bougainville to have super highways going through the province is something that, if we're willing to commit to investing in it, then it's a good thing. I'm happy for that to happen. But I think that the discussions on Bougainville the independence for Bougainville, the process should start now, if we are serious and genuine about it. If we're going to start the process now, then we have to ensure that all of the functions of government, we have to invest into it now. Because of the amount of money that Papua New Guinea has taken out of the Bougainville copper mine, we're obligated to do it. And also because the 97.7% of the population voted for it, we're obligated to do that. Let's start the process now. It will not take, Bougainville will not be able to achieve, realistically, it will not be able to achieve full independence in 2 years and 27. But let's start the process now, and let's give it a time frame of between 10 to 15 years so that we are able to processes, the policies, the people, in order to make it function as a independent state of its own, and also to have the investment capital to manage its affairs. If we give the Panguna mine back to the ABG, then they will have the funds to fund their own government, fund their own programs, and if they have guidance from Papua New Guinea and the United Nations and other stakeholders, the government of Australia and New Zealand who have become stakeholders in these discussions, we will be able to. Economic independence doesn't take 50, Papua New Guinea, give me independent 50 years. To start celebrating this Jubilee. Where are we now? We're still not there yet. And this is the reality. So, level of semna expecting Bougainville or performance tabla this level. Let's be realistic. Independence will take time. But the people's aspirations for independence are there. 97.7% of them voted for it. We can't ignore that. So, we as the country that currently is the country that Bougainville belongs to, if we are going to give them independence according to the wishes of their people, we have to do it properly. It has to be rolled out over a guided, but also a functional time frame, functional and practical. The steps that we take must be practical, because if we make this happen and it wins, then Papua New Guinea will show to the world that we have leadership maturity. We can't tell them, the irresponsible thing to do is just send them out the door and say, you plug on now. No, God. I mean, that's not our Melanesian ways. If we're going to do this to our own people, then, we've already done the wrong thing in the past. We have to do it right. And we are obligated to help them to set up their systems properly, allow the ABG to be empowered economically. Yimi talk about political independence, and let's learn from our own mistakes. We have to be economically independent before we talk about political independence. So we must put in place the institutions, the people, the processes to enable them to be economically independent. So when they go for their political independence, then they should be all right. Thank you, Larim Lee Blogger.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I'll just add something here. 2.2, the principle 2.2 of the Melanesian Agreement. Let me talk also that the result of the Bougainville referendum, plus the joint consultation report, I think that involves both, like Bougainville, national government, with probably some input from especially international organizations like the UN. Yeah, that probably make up the joint consultation report. This will be taken to the 11th Parliament immediately after this bipartisan committee has completed its work in line with our terms of reference. So once we finish that, to Parliament, then Parliament will take a vote. We are not either we give full recognition to the 97.7%, which encapsulates the whole history of Bougainville and everything leading up to the time when Bougainvillians voted. See, that captures everything. Now, to plus something, Bougainville referendum, a result, plus the joint consultation report. This is under the Melanesian Agreement I'm reading. Time play pinishing work will be blah. It's now by Parliament now. So the vote will be taken. If Parliament votes to grant independence, definitely the Melanesian framework will come into play. We are not. It's also stated in here. The Melanesian framework is also stated in the Melanesian Agreement that by Mipalai make sure now, and the time frame, we are not just going to dump Bougainville. Although it's if the vote is for separate independence for Bougainville, we are not just going to let you go and have it all, by yourself. No, God. We will make sure that that you develop. You at least you grow from where you are now. Yeah. And economists. This economic issue is global. It's not just confined to Papua New Guinea. The economic issue is a global economic issue. Whatever happens between Israel and Gaza, when something happen long up, their economy, it's going to trickle down into Papua New Guinea, and we will also feel it. Because economic issue, huh? Yes, exactly. It's scarce resources. Scarce resources versus unlimited wants. Blandilo, you means I like him, that's all. And we spend recklessly. We don't spend wisely. So, like, needs are there, but we tend to look at the wants more than the needs. So the economic issue continues. Also, I'm sure the government knows about this, and we will not just let you be on your own. Time, say, Parliament votes that Bougainville be granted independence. Because don't forget the other side to the coin. Huh? Suppose Parliament is say no, which is going to be very unconscionable for many of us, members of Parliament. Very unconscionable vote if we vote against 97.7%. So there's a lot of people like conscionable, but in the unlikely event that that happens, oh yeah. Well, I'm saying from the perspective of also Mipla Sambala, if you have your right frame of mind, you're not going to vote no. But in the likely, but he is right to a certain extent. Yeah. If can you yes, and if we vote against, what then? No, let's not lose hope. What can we then do? We cannot just ignore the 97.7%. No, we cannot. It's going to be, and globally, it will not be accepted by America especially. They are going to start looking down on Papua New Guinea. So look at the Parliament of Papua New Guinea. Yeah, 97.7%. Not very undemocratic. Yeah, well, very, I don't know how to describe it, if it does happen. Yes, exactly. So these are, so what would we do? But like some of us are not, many of us are no longer thinking that. Many of us are thinking, no, grant them independence and then do this and this and this. Do it the Melanesian way. Yes, to vote against the 97.7%, it's probably un-Melanesian anyway. Now, think that's all. Who wanted to speak?
I just want to raise one issue before the speaker, just for the rest of the country and people are listening in again, and that is some concepts which we have discussed amongst ourselves is when Parliament is asked to vote, they are voting for the referendum result. But in the case of an impasse, which is recognized in the Melanesian Agreement 2.3, and I want to read it for the rest of the country to listen so that we can have a conversation as well. And in the subject that the chairman has just ended, I will raise the issue of the reading this provision in the Melanesian Agreement. 2.3 says like this: the parties shall accept the decision of the National Parliament in the first instance regarding the referendum result and commit to further consultation if required and agreed according to an agreed time frame. This provision of the Melanesian Agreement implies that the country must look at the global experience and the regional experience of similar issues that have arisen. For example, there are countries that have asked for independence, but through negotiations, they have looked at options that are better than independence because of the readiness of that part of the country that wants to split away. For those of you who are interested, go through the experience of Sudan and South Sudan. Go and have a look at it, and I'm appealing to the educated people in the country to look at that experience as well. On 2.3, when we have difficulty on the floor of Parliament in terms of numbers, okay, the reason why the national government engaged an independent moderator international moderator, Se Mateparai, was because one key issue both governments could not agree with, and that was the issue of sessional order. Sessional order is the process under which the referendum result will be brought on the floor of Parliament. And the question that they haven't agreed with is, will it require two-thirds absolute majority, which is what our side argues, or simple majority, which is what the Bougainville side argue? And so those issues need to also be part of the process to be cleaned up, which through the international independent moderator. Yes, and that is in 1.5 of the Melanesian agreement. And they have made a decision that the Speaker of both the National Parliament and the House of Representatives of Bougainville will discuss and sort out this issue. And you and I know whether they sort it out immediately or not is another issue that needs to be sorted out. And so we are urging both speakers to sit immediately and sort that issue out before the referendum result comes to the floor of Parliament. On which vehicle will we bring it in through the sessional order? But the bigger issue that I want a part of the conversation is, are there options that we could bring through the United Nations experience in the globe? And I want to assure our people that the United Nations is part and parcel of the process. So we have already engaged them. So they are also advising us on the many global and regional experiences of similar nature. And there are a list of regional and global experiences that the country can look at if things don't work out the way the referendum result wants. And my appeal to the people is, we all need to be open about this debate. I know some of you have serious alliances and connections and experiences to Bougainvilleans. I myself is a Bougainvillean under the national constitution because I'm married to a Bougainvillean. But I want you to be open about it so that we open the book and look at all the possible options for immediate and in the long term. And so, because at the end of the day, I strongly believe that this bipartisan parliamentary report will actually make a lot of impact in the mindset of those members of parliament that will be given the opportunity to have their say. And so I just wanted to raise those issues for the rest of the country. The last issue is the issue of, and I want to raise this issue, but I will also raise it when we go to Bougainville. And I want to raise it now so that it prepares the leaders and people in Bougainville when we go. And that is that we Bougainvilleans know that in Bougainville, there are so many split groups. In Bougainville, there are groups that don't participate with the government voting. They are there by themselves, creating their own systems, financial governance, etc. And we have to have a conversation on that one, because the readiness of Bougainville also impinges on the ability of Bougainvilleans to reconcile amongst themselves too. And so I want Bougainvilleans to have a conversation on this issue, internal issues. And we need to be honest about everything. The issues of the different faction groups on progress of development, on BCL opening, landowners and government, and different groups, the Mekamuis, Papala, all those issues, we have to put them on the table and clean the slate. And so I'm letting the country know so that those of you who are very well versed with Bougainville, we want your input in these things because we want a table, we want to table a fully informed report to the floor of Parliament. Thank you.
All protocols and observed and acknowledged. Dr. Marat as chair of this bipartisan committee and Dr. Ose Pukatemu. Firstly, my name is Simon Soheke. I am the election manager for Morobe, but I am here as an individual and a citizen of Papua New Guinea and Bougainville as well. I am not representing, my views today will be not representing the organization I work for. My views are my own, and as a citizen of. Firstly, let me acknowledge Mr. Kissing, Mr. Nablu, the Songang Blong Finchafen, those leaders of Morobe. I am very well based with what the late governor has always been emphasizing on and working on. So, thank you for your contributions today. All right. Let me firstly start by saying that many people in PNG, the citizens of Papua New Guinea, and also few of the members of parliament are ignorant to this issue. Going through the Facebook accounts or whatever groups you see, you will see people making fun of us, Bougainville, when we say, let us go. When late Songang Wenge was saying, let the Bougainvilleans go, many people were making fun of us. They were saying, just let them go and how are you going to survive? That's the problem. But we have survived for 10 solid years during the crisis. Now this is like, so we survived, we can survive. Okay, my question or the question you're posing is if Parliament says no to the ratification of the results, my question back to you is, why will you be saying no? Why? The result is explicitly clear, and you will be doing a report that is explicitly clear, and you're going to ratify. Now, ratification is just to affirm, to make a formal consent of the results. And I believe there shouldn't be any no. But you talk yes at us. Give them independence. And then the timeline, when it comes to timeline now, I'm saying, okay, Ismail Toroma is saying the 97.7% has said agreed for independence, and this was reaffirmed during the elections. Last time he got stopped, he won on the first count by 90,000, first count. So that reaffirmed. That means the people who voted 97.7 are the ones who voted Ismail again with 90,000 votes. So the Honorable His Excellency Ismail Toroma, the President of Bougainville, said, 1st of 2027 is the time to let us go. Let us go. And this is now when the time frame is tablo up. Well, we are all looking forward towards that 1st of 2027. PNG by you talk, you plago. And then what happens thereafter now? And something will consult. Whether kind of say Mr. Maria is saying, you giving me pla lig now, you may look out to me go. So emi one pla big plus something. So I'm appealing to the members of parliament just to ratify the results. Yeah. Results ratify not or yes. Some members of parliament today only say they are ignorant that semi talk past time. Only no one issue bro you may Bougainville no one and Thomas. Only not take him seriously. I can remember last sitting when our honorable member, lady member, Francisca Semoso was talking and she was so emotional. Plenty members all making fun of him. This is not good. I want to karangi something. So, Mary, I'm feeling pain. Yeah, so, for our convenience, kind of same. What happened between the PPA and this is coming up now, that was the executive arm. Now we're going to the legislative part of it, which this is reporting by God. These protocols that deal with this. In the case where You talk no, which me talk why you talk no, yeah. Okay, we can use the judiciary. Go through this law. Judiciary and by making not a plug and something all get again. For example, me like make you one classic example, Mr. Kissing. You papa ground law here. You papa ground law here. Now one man or se me lo buka, me like take over lo ground law you. And we get somebody from Wabek lo come na mediate or mediate him this la case lo imi tubla. Even no sabe lo history. I can win your I can win him case blow you, case this la case na we round blow you because I have the power, money. Oh, me sabe good Islaman. So I'm fearing this could happen when we go to a judiciary. Now I can come out as the last arm of the government. And then you have, if anything goes wrong, and we may have Bougainvillians or the president might declare a UDI. I'm not a heavy to myself. And then we need UN to come. Okay, I'm already something stop. So this now, my question would really be like, why would we pose the question also if Parliament may not agree? No, a Parliament I believe should agree because to ratify him, just to give a consent, to affirm him the result. The result was through the executive arm, which legal, but it's not not recognized. Now it has to go to Parliament, the second arm of government, government. So Parliament now, talk yes sir, it confirms, me talk give him all. Now me talk timeline blow you me blow Bougainville 1st of September. Okay, in the case of all Narapla provinces, like Mr. Kissing or Narapla talk, just give them autonomy, financial autonomy. There shouldn't be any issues with this one because you mean sort of tab na running country blow you mean tribal ways na you mean look out to you ponigini na all of us are suffering. One minority group asked Mosby, we were talking about this biometric. Dr. Sepukat Parliament. Mind you, with due respect, plenty of Highlands leaders by Tokosem. No, me plava mas kolos all pa system yet. Because me pla coming lo this system because the time we do the biometric thing, or the genuine voters will be in this last. I don't to dwell on that, but I'm giving a classic example. Me stop one pla, me go table market na me go like buying one pla. Why stop na? Narapla tribe I come na spiti come na that wabek fellow was Tari ang boklo salim boy. Na narapla mas friend blongan em sabe no kan. You give him tasol. You member you picking him James Marape him tokol sam. Due respect to the Prime Minister na manya talk sam. I am moliklik line tasol will make me all through Ria me now those ones who are doing all the garbage in Port Moresby are Tari sleeping under the bridge. Emi tokol sam. So online all this stuff. So my point, you respect Lotupla, chairman and the committee member. Ratification has to go. Me like appeal long members long parliament. Say yes. Because there is nothing else you by talk no long and I believe all Narapla all speakers they were affirming this law. Now I'm second consultation, third consultation bago and when you go to Bougainville, maski and when go come but the issue now we want to see now is the transition from this time until fully pledged independence. Now some powers you go down finish. Well, you may talk, Bougainville is corrupt. Yes, everybody is corrupt. You may like him this transition powers now. What relationship do we have? What relationship does Bougainville have with PNG now, lots of time in terms of money? If but when Bougainville is granted full independence, yeah, one all money now by employee PNG kina yet on what level and what arrangement? Immigration, defense. This is a relationship now. You mean it lo tok namelo you mi go ka you platupla parties you go come but. Me election on one time, this the people have spoken. Na voice him voice for late governor, to let Bougainville go. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Trulo. Tok balayo. Mi like go back and legally question balayo, where you talk why would members of parliament vote against 97.7%? My simple answer is it is a cultural challenge. And that's all.
Thank you. My name is Francis Kisu. I am talking as an individual to give my views. From certain points that have been raised in the consultation so far, and also a few points that I have prepared, suggestion to especially the consultation process. Firstly, I heard the committee mention something about if we give independence to Bougainville, what about other provinces? The Constitution only talk about a Bougainville issue. The consultation is supposed to be only focusing on the Bougainville issue. Forget about the other provinces. This is not a consultation to talk about what other provinces may do. This consultation is for the Bougainville issue, nothing else. Bougainville referendum results and the implications on the ratification and non-ratification, not about decentralization of powers. If you want to discuss the decentralization of powers with other provinces and stuff like that, maybe that should be taken in another discussion or another forum. The Constitution only talks about Bougainville and not others, and Bougainville only want. How can we be economically independent if you are holding on to the powers that will make us economically independent? Like, we want foreign trade in Bougainville. We hold on, you still hold on to the powers of foreign trade. You haven't given it to us. So how do you expect Bougainville to be economically independent? Bougainville will not be economically independent under Papua New Guinea, because you're holding on to the powers, and just like any other provincial governments in the country, you control everything from Waigani. Bougainville, we want foreign affairs, trade with other countries, release those powers to us. International shipping, straddling fish stocks. All this, we need to be transferred all these powers through an agreement that must be signed between PNG and Bougainville. Those powers currently are kept by you people in Waigani, and when they are transferred over a period of 5 years, then we may look at the time that maybe Bougainville will be, as you say, now you are ready for independence. At the moment, we are not economically ready because we are handicapped. You are still holding on to those powers. And only independence will make us be free to do our own trade and become economically independent as you want. Because you keep on saying, we cannot give you independence because you're not economically ready. How can we be economically ready when we don't have all the powers to make us economically ready? Bougainville needs those powers to attain fiscal self-reliance. For the exercise of those powers over a period of certain years, like we say 10 to 15 years that you want to give. And then you will see how economical independent we are, and then you can release us. But all we want now is, please, transfer those powers to us so that we can be economically independent. Because at the moment, with fisheries, with tuna, 1/3 of PNG tuna is caught in the Bougainville waters. Now you are suppressing us. You play holy license, export na this la. Na mi play giving big money. You play Papua New Guinea. Na play simply click. Is that how you want us to treat us as your child? Papua New Guinea. Mi play Bougainville. Mi play Pekin. Mi play you play. We play holy mol big play. You play kaka big play. Na mi play kaka click. That's how it is. Therefore, Bougainville will never be economically independent under Papua New Guinea, as I say. Maybe vote Tunisia, law referendum. Now you play holy mate power, now you play law talk to him. You play the ram na come up economically independent. Think him this la have talk, huh? You give me law vote, me play vote finish. No, okay. You look, you come up whenever economically independent. Time you play holy more powers where it can make him economically independent. Whether the PNC government agrees to ratify or not to ratify, after making those decisions, those sovereign powers, please, must go to Bougainville. All we are requesting for all those foreign trade, and also power you play holy meat, please give me pla. Bougainville. PNG has had a moral duty to perform for the how many years you believe in me play vote peninsula and referendum, you play supposed to look out to me blah. You have not performed. Look out to me blah some picking you blah. And now you're asking for more time to be given to you, while you play looking when me play come up fully mature, and then you release me blah. Or kind of say picking if you, Papa, you release your son to go and get married, so that he can be independent. Now, Pikinila go married, now you pass him. Okay, what if you release him? Now I'm go married, now I'm stop independent. Because suppose you, Papa, you go bankrupt. Who's help me back? Pikinibla, you know, to go come up good plan, and come back, you know, helping you. Look in the picture and Bougainville, you play Papua New Guinea. We are not a colony of you people. You be Papua New Guinea. So me play like stop me play at independent. Now no good me play. You come up good now, but you face him heavy. Bougainville will come back. Now be helping Papua New Guinea. Because you me all want to talk here. We are Melanesians. Why me play come back here? Me play no goal on our plan. Other things about this particular ratification, bipartisan consultation process. Yeah, you play marking 5 centers, that's all. Do you think that that's enough viewed from everyone that by you play Kisim? I don't think there has been enough awareness. All kataman, like my brother Simon has just said. Also, talk pila mi plalo kan forum mi pla tu sa belat lo reading, but we don't want to create more mi pla ko cross mo. Mi pla harim taslo. Look him how you pla Papua New Guinea talk tok pila lo mi pila na tok no buk pila raba se mi pila lo sila something. Na planti pila only no stop lo here lo come give him view lo because only no stop lo sila something come up. So one plus suggestion me la give him lo you pila. One, you play make him one plus save lo country through a survey form na you play put him out online. All got the money vote. Do you support by me play give him ratification of Papua New Guinea? One. Number two, they are provincial assemblies. Why can't you go to all the provincial assemblies now? You can view blow one province through the provincial assembly parliament sessions. That's a suggestion me like giving me the consultation committee so that you will got more view from a lot more people because all provincial assemblies, I think all district members only represent two people blown. Only talk on behalf long all. Lord, sila all can boom now you may make him here. We are collecting any Tom, Dick and Harry from the street now come Harry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a comment, two comments. One is the comment about this discussion on the Bougainville issue should only be confined to Bougainville. I disagree with that because the implications are huge for the rest of the country. Therefore, this conversation is an opportunity for Papua New Guineans to look at how we should rearrange the country. Like Mr. Nablu was saying, we really have to look at decentralization in a big way and maybe autonomy to the provinces. So that conversation must be part of this consultation. Second is we agree with you. We've already decided that we will sit down with all the governors and give them a set of updated information for them to go and debate at the Provincial Assembly and make a resolution so that it can come to us as part of the report. So we attach the Provincial Assembly resolutions as part of the report. So that's a very, very good suggestion. And the reason why we cannot go physically to all the provinces and the reason why we are using this live televised program is because the rest of the country is also watching. And so when you are talking here, you are talking to the rest of the country. And so the issues now will form what I call a national conversation on the political future of Bougainville. So the modern IT system now is spreading across the country. And definitely, Chairman and ourselves have been discussing on how do we engage. Maybe we should visit each province, for example, but the suggestion of going through the Provincial Assembly is a very, very good one. We also want to have a voice from the churches. We also want to have a voice from the young generation, particularly the students, and we want the teachers to organize debates in the schools so that the country can also hear those debates for young generation to have their view on the referendum issue. And so there is a whole host of things. From the time frame, for those of you who are listening, we are looking at the rest of 2026 to continue the work. And so this is not yet finished. So we will consult with the executive government on what date in 2026 we should present the report on the floor of Parliament. And so once again, I want to reiterate that those of you who cannot be present here, please do your views in writing and send them to our secretariat so that they are part of the report that we will attach. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Solution to something. You mentioned something about reconciliation belum lalu Bougainville. I just would like to just backing me this lah. Like okay, it is a problem within us in Bougainville. Give us independence, we will sort ourselves out. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, come now, Sister Pastor.
Okay, good day. Name Lomi Dorin Taukum. Me representing women lo lay, Arab women. Me like to kama mas lo. Itu plakam. Me sa luki itu lo TV. TV tasol today me can look itu pla personally. Last time me pla bing Arab community bingo lo auscribe lo late songan. Na me bing cry. Because this laman em voice pla me pla. Sa stand up lo front na fight lo tok tok. Na me be making one plus statement or sem. Baikat nara pla. Begini lo morobe by stand up backside lo me na tok fight all sem this laman go down. Today bear blo me mamas. O brother blo me morobe. Na pla brother lo sipik you stand up. You stand up backside lo me look him. All man stand up backside lo me makes him strong. Independence, lo Bougainville, me legal married, me harim independence lo Bougainville. Na me grow up one time. I'm not new plus something. I'm step inside lo blood. Lo government, you harim one time. Bougainville, I'm like breakaway na kisim independence. One time, you harim. Now tasol you harim mo. Na this la tinti lo vote lo referendum. Idea blows at. You giving me time lo vote na me giving result lo you. Now you like questioning this again. You go around lo Papua New Guinea now you like some view lo get that line. This la 97.7 yeah. No o lik baby. Only vote na kisim this la number. No. Vote blong all line all stop lo ground lo Bougainville. Papua New Guinea all go around na me pla give him vote. All 7 man blo me pla. All adults. Only qualify lo vote long only give him this pla number. Why by you plan on up accept him this pla? Why? Why you tanim me? Lo bonem. Why you no nap looking price me pay? You to talk lo all Narapla province only pay one kind price. Only buy one time one. You releasing me. You separating me. God by giving me space, lo you by building something new plus something. And bear cry blame me. You can talk also me emotional. Yes, we're human beings with emotions. Me pla feeling pain. Na pla point blame me. Suppose you like go lo kisim view. Lo all get the line, but only no being part and partial. Blow heavy me pla feeling. You like kisim kind answer. You like kisim kind response. You by kisim side blong all na you by making decision antaplo the views blong all. Or you by making decision and tap 97.7. And then now, we talk give him opportunity long all students, long all schools. Some of the students all no experience him. Pain me plapil him. All no got idea lo Bougainville crisis. All no got idea lo civil war. Why by me use him all lo kisim view blong all? Lo help him long make him decision. Why? Me pay him price. Me go lo store na me pay 1 plus something. Storekeeper o owner lo store no na tanim me. Me pay him price penis. And by release him tasol. I lost my leaders. Knights, prince. Francis Ona, he no die. He's very much alive. Independent is a must. Let me go, good plus something by you gain him. Dreaman blue you, good by inhappy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Alan Marat and Dr. Pukatemu. Sir Pukatemu and Sir Alan Marat, sorry. Sorry. It's an honor to be with you. Most of the youth in Bougainville wish to be with you in the presence of your council, but here I am today living their dream. My name is Mek Serrero. I'm from Panguna. I'm the legitimate son of late Perpetua Serrero. She's a chairlady of Panguna Mining before she passed away back in 1989. So no person from Panguna has been standing and speaking. And here I am today. I will speak as a son of those who have lost their lives. But I won't look back of what we have lost, but I will look forward to what we still have. Before me make him talk, me like read him this two question. The first question is, if Parliament decided to rectify the referendum result in favor of independence, how will we manage this process over what agreed period of time? I am much interested with the first question. I have nothing to do with second question as a Bougainvillean, a young person representing the youth of Bougainville. The second question, the second point given, directed by the committee from the Parliament, is never been in our mind and will not be in the list of our interest. And that's for sure. We have reached the point of no return. We have decided. Our youths have decided. You are saying that you will bring this issue back to the Parliament and you will decide. Then what is the reason of bringing this consultation across the nation? There's something mentioned with our brother from Sipik. I salute the people of Sipik, Momase region, Medeng, Morobe, for standing with us. And Tokosem, we can give the people of Bougainville conditional or under what has been clarified as a Melanesian system of releasing our brothers and sisters in Bougainville. If that is the case, then all the conditions must be for the Bougainvilleans. We cannot weaponize those conditions again against the interest of Bougainvilleans. We cannot. One plagan tasolia kar kilim also timna now basem noron. We are talking about 25,000 men, women, and children. This is not a cartoon movie. This is not a cartoon story. This is reality. This is reality. The self-determination for Bougainville is number one. It's generational. It was started long before 1975. The generations decided, but you denied us and you gave us provincial government. We've decided long before 1975. It's generational. Self-determination of Bougainvillean people, number 2, it's generational. Because you have decided to bring all the weapons and you killed all. Our men, women, and children. That's why it becomes personal. It is a personal thing for me as a young man growing up. I am the evidence of the damage that you have done in my society. What are you going to do for me to stay back with you? Now, it's a question that most people are saying, Larimolgo, Lusimolgo. Lusimolgo, nothing. By looking back to the history, Bougainville, Rosimas Tanget Bloyumia. Ground blow Bougainville. Ground blow Bougainville broke him, Oku Kwaiwe Guantap. Ground blow Bougainville broke him, Highway Bogia go down. Ground blow Bougainville give him economical power, lo yumi. We deserve. The people of Bougainville, they deserve. If you want to give them, give them. Give them. I believe in the power of Bougainvillians. In the time of blockade, we have survived. I have survived. I am the living evidence of the survival of Bougainvillians. I've survived. I believe in the power of Bougainvillians. And there are so many things that we will not agree on, but independence is something that all of us will be agree on. Independence is something that all of us will agree on. Plenty time by Mito Kosem, give him all Larry Molgo, no can Salimol 1 time 1 plus something go. Bougainville deserve a fair cut, a fair distribution of wealth, because ground blow me pla been give him independence lo Papua New Guinea as a whole. Ground blow me pla I'm ready lo give him independence lo Bougainville too. Panguna I'm ready lo give him independence lo Bougainville. Me pla ready. We have issues within our government. You may oklo ting planti law. Referendum blow you mean. Self autonomy blow you mean. That the problem of autonomy is not our problem. Let me remind us. The problem of autonomy for its provinces in Papua New Guinea is not our problem in Bougainville. Our problem is independence. If the ship is sinking, that is not our problem. If PNG is sliced into pieces, that is not our problem. Our main problem is give us the independence. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. We want independence. The children of Bougainville want independence. I want independence. All of us. Just consider us as excess luggage. You have so many responsibilities to look at. Our nation is going down. There are so many things I want to say, but I'm very emotional today, and sorry, straight lo me emotional osem. There's so much I can talk about, but it's personal. I won't stress on that. Thank you.
So the last comment from me, if Australia can give him easy, why can't PNG give him easy? If you're talking about economy, my children will build economy for Bougainville. My grandchildren will build economy. One kind of same Michael Samarebing Time Australians are living asking them, where will you, do you have pilots or where will you get pilots? He looked over to and he said, those women over there will give birth to pilots and engineers and doctors and lawyers. Bougainville, or Mary Stap. You know, all Mantasol, or Mary by Kari Molisla, or human resource. Thank you.
Igat one planti ol as ting why na yumi oklo leslo lusim Bougainville go. And I've been here. I've been in the islands for the past 14 years. One plus something you me fret long mem you me fret. We are worried that Bougainville might be declared as a failed state in a long run. That is not your problem as well. That is not your problem. Whether we fail, that is not on your hands as well. That's one of the excuses that our national government is telling us over and over, that I'm scared if I let the Bougainvillians go, they might be failed, and we will declare them as the example, the countries that we are mentioning in Africa. That is not your issue. Another thing we are worried about is that Papua New Guinea or PNG as a whole might be divided into pieces. That is not our problem as well. That is your problem. Mouse do you clean him. Clean him mouse do you. Clean him mouse do you. Anta upload plateau ting you moklo gat why na you moklo leslo bring in Bougainville golo independence. Number 3 ting emosem. What if Bougainville become successful? Bayu gat sampla tok lo mipla. Bayu gat sampla jealous ting lo mipla. O bayu warim mo yet. Let's consider these things. If they decided to go on their own, that's it. Their blood is on their hands. Larry Molgo. Thank you. I think that's all.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very honest views that a young man has expressed. But I just want to make one comment, and that is that whatever happens here in Papua New Guinea must be concerns for all of us. Don't say I'm concerned below you law, time you brook, because regional security issues are very common nowadays. Because we are in the same. And so I just want to make a comment on that particular comment. Please, the issues that we are discussing, Bougainville is part of Papua New Guinea. And I don't want people to say this particular issue, I'm worried below you play, I'm no worried below me play, no God. That conversation must stop. Worry below what's happening in the mainland, and worry below you may all get. When Bougainville succeeds as an independent state, it will also positively impact Papua New Guinea too. When Bougainville fails, it will also affect. So we have to find ways of how families behave towards one another. Time beginning man you go married, name failed, and by come back, Papa goes, Papa is stopped. Those are the Melanesian languages that we need to promote. Don't say I'm worried below you plan worry low, I'm no God. We have to make sure that we comprehensively talk as a region or as a country, because we need to look after each other's future. And but the message is very, very clear. I just want to just for the country's sake, the Bougainville copper mine was started in 1971. 1975, we had independence. It was closed on the 15th of May, 1989. So BCL served us for 18 years. That time, Nogat mine stopped. And so the concept of Nogat Bougainville look out in Papua New Guinea, so we deserve a special treatment. I don't want the Hellas to say now, LNG or Miplaya, so we deserve special treatment. This Plakain Tok yeah, it's not in the national interest. I just want to say that as a national leader. God gave us the resources together. And under the constitutional amendment on resources, I just want to remind the people of the country that the constitutional amendment on resources declared that every resource, whether it's in Bougainville, Hela, or above, belongs to the state. That's the Constitution. That's what the current Constitution says. Every resource belongs to the state. And so our challenge is, how do we negotiate the benefit sharing arrangements, recognizing the landowners, etc., etc. I just want to highlight this to continue a national conversation so that you know exactly what are you speaking about and what are the implications when you make certain statements. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Dr. Alan Marat, Honorable Sir Pukademu, name Lomi Eugene, I'm a lecturer at Polytech. While on this issue, this is my first time to come over here to air my views. I've been hearing about this for a long time. Thank you, Lord, this committee to be established and you came around here. But me know what plenty talk. Number one, something from the outside I can see is from a nation is even powerful when there is a military, greater military power that gives strength to a nation. So by looking at this, I saw this province, Bougainville, they have demonstrated not as a formal military, but informally they have shown some ability to become a military later on. So me looking I think they are getting somewhere. It's good. So and then they come up with this independence thing. I think they are probably good leaders, good people there. Probably they're going to head somewhere. That's from this is my personal view I am sharing with you here. So and then something now me thinking it's like if a nation is confident, like for instance Australia to PNG, if we are so confident with ourselves, if we can stand on our feet, people can talk, you can take it, kind of same. But when we are not confident, then we feel insecure and we will be put by their demands, kind of same. So I'm something, and me like talk also, me like talk long. I think we have to fix our economical issue in our nation. That you mistreat him this law, you may run good. If we give them independence or kind of some like him long, we can try to watch them grow. Suppose you may work in this land, we are still having problems within our own self in the nation. How can we guarantee their growth as well? Because we fail to manage ourselves. I'm looking more same. We know what plenty talk. We have to fix ourselves before looking at them. Kind of same. Thank you, me how much long is come up what else? Kind of same. Like suppose if you help somebody, in the end, you can be rewarded. So you look at the money will come up good. And by come again long to have master thank you long you. And Melanesian way of doing it. So you know what planning talk and me losing motion. Thank you.
So Puka, thank you once again for your comments. They're very appreciated. Coming back to resource ownership, the thing that concerns me is that the constitutional amendment was passed, obviously, but I don't think a lot of Papua New Guineans had much to say in the constitutional amendment where it says that the state is the owner of all resources. This will affect our constitutional values and identity. Because if we leave all of our resources in the hands of a state, what protections do citizens have for their own development? Now, I think what Brother Clem now is based on is an accurate assessment of how things are in this country. If we had put all of our resources into the hands of an entity that is so far not reached its goals in terms of Human Development Index now, other measurables, then this sets a precedent for, it does not allow for a lot of decentralization to happen.
I want to clarify the Constitution determines that the resources belong to the state, not to the government.
All right.
They are two different things.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. I think a lot more people would have been, I think more Papua New Guineans would be more relieved if the wording is the resources belong to the people. Okay. So again, coming back to the, let's say for example, if Olain Blimilo Hela, if they were to talk about the oil and gas, and if they were to have autonomy, the ideal situation would be that they would enjoy benefits, at least some sizable benefit from the oil and gas projects that are happening in their province.
Yes, those are provided for under the specific laws like Petroleum Act and the Mining Act.
Sure.
They're already defined in those enabling laws.
All right.
So the structures are there.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Out of all of those resource projects, what percentage of that is goes to the developer, to the government, and to the provincial governments and the people? Would you have any idea on that, or?
I don't have the specific figures, but at the moment, for example, the current Prime Minister is fighting for the state to have at least 51 to 60%, and the developer less than 50%. That's the current drive that the Prime Minister Marape is moving. Currently, at the moment, those projects for resource development are negotiated. At the moment, I think it's 3% to the landowners, 20% to the national government, and then other benefits, and then the state picks up an average of between 40 and 50% in some of the already negotiated projects.
I see. Thank you. Having said that, if we were to consider the suggestion that, or the aspirations of Bougainville becoming independent, that would change the dynamics for Panguna. If Bougainville is, sorry.
Bougainville, the BCL shares are now 100% owned by Bougainville.
The Bougainvillian people, or
Apart
Bougainville
from a
Copper
small
Limited?
percent by the company that still is there.
100% owned by BCL.
All the government state shares are already been transferred to Bougainville.
Bougainville Copper Limited, or the people of Bougainville?
To the Bougainville, people of Bougainville, through the government is administering it. But I think the current operator, I think Rio Tinto, has its own little shares, but I think that's negotiable. That's my current, but the state shares which the government holds already transferred to the Bougainville government.
Thank you for clarifying that. So with that being said, I think that Bougainville, they don't have the same population as Papua New Guinea, and the social issues that they have are not as complex as ours on the mainland. In terms of the possibility ratio for success, I think that they've got a much better chance of success than we do. So our concerns for the possibility of a failed state, I think, is reduced by this, I guess, assumption. So I think Tok Blimi, I think Blimi or some, they will become a failed state now. I don't think it bears merit. So I think that with that in mind, Bougainville is set for independence. And if we want to be seen as a development partner, if Panguna mine starts, they will need materials, they will need manpower, they will need all of those things to sustain a functioning mine. Papua New Guinea has the mine experience, we've got a workforce, we've got skilled labor, we've got all of those things, we've got materials that will be able to help the mine. We've got industrial ports that can sustain mine operations. And instead of Bougainville trying to build new infrastructure for a port facility, I would say that Papua New Guinea would be Bougainville's first development partner in developing the Panguna mine. What would you think, sir?
My concern is currently, and I may be out of date, but currently there are issues of choosing which developer to come. And unfortunately, the landowners, in my view, are continuing to communicate with another developer. Bougainville government are talking to another developer under the previous governments. So I hope that they can solve those out, the in-house issue on, and therefore consultation with the Panguna landowners, make sure that their voice is heard. And the Mining Act of Bougainville, I think, is very clear on the benefit sharing for landowners. And so, unfortunately, the challenge now is which developer will the legal government negotiate under the Mining Act of Bougainville? To me, that's a challenge, and I think it's easy to solve. And under the current leadership, now that the president is now re-elected, I think they really have to fast-track the Bougainville copper issue by managing the differences that they already have. Unfortunately, many developers are coming in and out of Bougainville, and they are talking to the landowners, and then the governments and mining minister of Bougainville and the president, and so there's a bit of confusion going on, and they really need to sort this out, so far as I am concerned.
Sir Puka Temu, thank you for that explanation. I think after listening to what Sir Puka Temu has said, all people political independence, you must get economic independence. Papua New Guinea, the government of Papua New Guinea has made an undertaking to giving the Panguna mine back into the hands of the people of Bougainville. I think people can fight him on this slab because they want to be something. Because without economic independence and Bahadlo, Bougainville law, achieving realistic, not tangible political independence. So the first step towards independence, I think we can fight him on law, government law, Papua New Guinea too, because all give this law 100% shares law, can be law, people of Bougainville. You can fight him on law, government law, Papua New Guinea. The other thing now is this, all legal groups now, concerned splinter groups. I think there's more than enough provision in the Constitution to manage that. In our own Melanesian ways, Yimi got way blow Yimi lo Toktoglo all man where Yimi disagree lemna. I think the best people to deal with those or legal splinter groups or line lo Bougainville all can go sin on tamankol na. Make him custom na sigan go kam passing them stab him through or no. Thank you, Larim Blay Blogger. Mika.
Okay, Avenue no kita. Avenue na Honorable Dr. Alan Marat, na Honorable Dr. Pukatemu. Sila winun mi amas trulong sana pit prando itu bulan na mi giving my personal thoughts about the so-called Bougainville independence, aspiration for independence. Okay, I think it has been come a long way. Na emi giving big play heavy long Papua Nina lo cities as citizens. Having dividing community, having give him hatred, na having give him plenty bagarap inside long country below mi Papua New Guinea. Not only in Bougainville. Please, Bougainvilleans, you plan masabi and time you plan kissing heavy too. This is heavy, you don't put it there, you tasol kissing heavy. No God. Papua New Guinea too, and kissing people heavy. Olo papa, mama, along Papua New Guinea, Chimbu, Emblong one, Tipi, along Daru, all kissing heavy. All right? They share that burden with us. Don't talk by Yumi Tasoki Simbagarap. I think to me, my personal thought, it's very shallow. All right? This. In that, by me proceed one time legally few points below me, by me giving triple taso. All right, number one question. Where you ask him all the same, suppose you may give him independence or you may ratify the referendum. Or reaction by Kama, where good plan or not good. How by me affect him? Now how by me manage him more? So long thinking below me. My personal thoughts is this. As a citizen, I will say yes. You can ratify the referendum, the result, because the onus is on the government to ratify it as per the non-binding agreement, a non-binding referendum clause or kind something or same. This is so my personal thoughts, my personal thinking is that giving ratification long referendum results. This is but glassing good. In this case, I put certain things here. I mention him. Where Emi must fulfill him. Now, suppose Emi no fulfill him, there must look good can long. All right. Number one, me put him all the same. All good plan. Now non good. That was good plan. And by everything non good. Go ahead. Now that was you think or some long work Bipartisan committee. Tell me everything good plan. Talks have a good so that long consultation and we must continue yet for some time. All right? For some time. All right? Me talk. Me now, me sanapia, me reflect this time when teenagers when we stop. 18, 19 years old. And me sanapia. Suppose one pula man, young pula man, pula Mary, and me come sanap na talk long something or same. And me no even go through on this something. All right. Most teenagers, their time, they are my age now. This so sanap long this tinting, me or giving tinting below me. All right. My honest views. All right. Long advantage. One advantage when me can give him, that was when me come up good plan, you must give him yes long ratification and trade. I want to make special mention about trade. All right. If the trade between Bougainville and Papua New Guinea is going to produce so much benefit within the two countries to come up, with more good trade agreements or trade benefits, and by more good plan, I have no objection on that. This one. Two, the Melanesian Brotherhood. And I'm very happy to hear that the Bipartisan Committee is standing on the principles of Melanesian Brotherhood through the Melanesian Agreement. Is that correct? Now, I'm very proud to hear that, because we sitting here and we are discussing. We are not people from other countries discussing here. There is not a mixture of people. No, there are totally people of Papua New Guinea just down the story stuff. And that reflects our Melanesian culture. All right. We are so patient with Narapla and Narapla. We can always listen to them. All right. So, Tintin Blomi Emolsem. In Pacific countries and Pacific 8 region as a whole, we have some Melanesian brothers, sister countries here, like Fiji, Vanuatu, New Caledonia, Solomon Islands, and not forgetting our brothers at West Papua and others. So we are a ethnic group of people living in the Pacific. We are one, although we are under different countries. So you can look along that line. If you provoking some kind asking or some this is a Bougainville come up country and by strong in this Melanesian culture, it's a country to be all right. Rectify. All right. This is okay. Number one blood thing where me like giving specifically where me personally me have a concern long long time me have a career long independence. Population. We talk about independence. We Bougainvillians, but we never mention this thing called population. You mean I'm a threat? I look at population and one black kind something where Emisha be giving power. All right. So on a line long statistics, all by correcting me, that was me wrong. Bougainville is probably less than 300 population. And to me, economically, it's very thin. I mean, legally too much. Okay, there has to be some form of one area Bougainville must got big population. All right. And ABG2, I mean, must put in some kind of law where population of Bougainville, I mean, must increase legally. The rate of population increase. Me less long is a passing long bed control. Don't think below me or line long bed or line long house or one but talk triple popular picking in it as you carry. Me sanapia, mama will carry me plus 6 pla logata. And population, I said, tell you, is power. So, legally population, me no like him. Big pla. We have to have a special address on that. Nongo to me 10 platason from Bougainville na mi kissing independence na ba mi story to na igoy kam no 20 players. All right. That has to be addressed. Okay, last poll, me like talk of yes, we Bougainvillians in Bougainville, we got our own problems. Plenty problem too much. We have sectoral differences. All right. So those differences has to be settled on. APT must work strong na clearing this law something past them na ba yumi tok long. The issue of Panguna mine. I don't want to talk about Panguna here. Di sanding emi gi mi bla pen tu mo sa lose tintin longen na mi tok long kakao. Yumi tok long coconuts. Yumi tok long planning all agriculture cash crops. I don't like Panguna issue here. So as a bipartisan committee, when people are talking about Panguna mine, talking all mi pano kalon to talk long Panguna mine. You bla to talk long you bla somewhere. It gives us enough problem and know that. All right, this one. Look out him anymore. Planning cacao, coconuts, oil palm, planning divide, tuna fish. All right. Kalau kain something was same by strong. Mi pan no planning na mi pan needing Panguna mine. Mi plan likely population tason. 200 plan money. I mean no 200,000. I mean no planting. All right. So me like it. You plus a bipartisan committee. Kisim this thing below me. Now please presenting long. All the people. One time this la. Me finish. Na mi talk thank you lo itu long patient lo itu na I mean close by 3 o'clock na. Thank you straight.
Thank you through me like give me like ting long talk below you. You know can stop him all man long. Walking baby. You know why? Because you all talk lo strong. Lo increase lo production, long all resources. Yeah, so suppose you increase him production, long all resources. You increase the resources. You must get man, labor, lo increase him. Otherwise, you will have problems. You will have problems. Suppose you lopsided. Even better, you keep. You know, cannot work too much. You keep him. Population you go down %. But you increase production. You try and attack the scarcity, the issue of scarcity of resources, meaning you increase production. Well, somebody you got strong play economy. No, Sam, prepare thinking that's all.
In file, was try to increase the population. No can carry one to picking it as all. So that you make got power long planning more cacao.
You know can behind him low blood China. One child policy.
Okay, I think we have gone past time to with respect to the about 2 committee members. But me give him chance law one man, you know, one talk blame me, give him talk. I'm sitting on the staff because I may come attend. But me give him chance law. Nar blasting Kalayalo, give him views long and past time.
Thank you, brother. Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament. Good afternoon. I want to start with some experiences I had.
Introduce yourself
Oh,
first. Yes.
sorry. My name is Zoran Lee. I'm also, my wife is here. We from Bana district. Now I want to give a experience. And it's related to the ratification issue and independence. In January, I went to Bougainville, spent some time, and we had certain things happening. And what I noticed was a lot of the people like to work. They're hardworking, number one. Number two, I see them going now to my brother in front in Panguna mine area. We're driving up there. And you see people doing small alluvial mining. And then at nighttime you see lights everywhere, big houses everywhere. You see, people do and can develop themselves. There's hardware stores down there. They develop guest houses. Let's not go to the Chinese. We're talking about Bougainville or North Solomons. So you see, I have tambos. They're not mechanics, but they fix cars. They rip the engines apart. Now, all of that is there. And the young boys look up to the leaders. Not like, well, sorry if I'm saying this, not like Mstapia. Now we've got settlements everywhere. Nobody cares about anything. But in Bougainville, Haplo find them settlement. Settlement where? Kamkumun, Bundi Camp, 4 Mile. That's what I'm trying to say. And my experience there is nature. There is tourism, big plat tourism. Is it Puk Island? Pok Island, Puk Island, depends on where you come from. South East Sepik or you come the other side. So there is tourism. My straight tambo asked me to design a guest house because they're thinking about tourism without the government. Government ain't no stop. The people actually want to do it themselves. Houses are coming up not because of government. Not because of government. Down in Buka, already trade is happening. Roads. There's planning, as you know, Tupla honorable members. There is roads being planned under the infrastructure from Boeing to Buka, which is yet to start. So, and everybody wants to do the right thing. And the boys learn from the elders. You know that UPE system is not as strong, but it's still respect. There's still the young boys respect, and they learn. I go there, and they want to see me because I have some skills. They want to see it, and they want to learn. I've seen the places where the houses were burned, the schools, burned, people where they were killed. I've seen it. Not when it happened, but I've seen recent history of it. So the desire, what I see, and as a, well, you may call it partial outsider, is that I see the people out there want independence. There's no doubt about it. You can ratify, you can talk. The way that I see, my personal opinion, is that Papua New Guinea, when Albert Kiki, those days, what's the president? The previous president of Bougainville, Momase, those days, when Papua New Guinea was split in two, we had issues because of colonialism. Let's not talk about, I have to raise these things because that's where it started from. If you go way back, 150 years ago, it started there. You had the Germans, you had the English, and then you had the Spanish before that. And all these issues are now coming down right to this day. And Bougainvilleans had enough of it. I can see it. The young men, like my brother here in front, he's saying exactly what I see. They have an emotional content to their families who were killed. It's a real issue. You think about it. You got the Ukraine war. You got the Israel war. You got Africa. Those wars continue and you never have peace. Once you get independence, you can do what Papua New Guinea did. Bipartisan relationship with Australia, with New Zealand, with America, with China, the whole United Nations list of countries. So those things can happen. Independence doesn't have to be economic only. It can be just the emotional drive, because the referendum already 97%. 97%. It tells us that's the end of the story. End of the story. So 2027, 1st of September, if I'm correct, is the date. Papua New Guinea, our great chief, late chief Sumare, was also on that line, pushed by Gough Whitlam's team. I know the history. So what Papua New Guinea did was not even that we were not developed. I remember Kiki was pulled out to work in Port Moresby because the white man, sorry, light skin, the white man pulled him out. The colonials pulled him out to work for them. That's not what Bougainville wants. They want their own resources. They want their own houses. They want their own independence. Ratification is not the issue. The issue is not bipartisan. The issue is just basically, like my big brother said, Luther Wengi, it's got to happen. And the people in Bougainville, they want it. Now, the issue then at the end of the day, by giving that independence, you work together as two states, as two governments, as two countries, and you still have relationships. You can still assist, like Australia is assisting by, in the budget, is assisting at 1.5 billion or something. Then you got the World Bank, you got the, let's not go there. But you understand, my good friends of the parliament, my honorable members, this is the same thing. Independence come, you still continue good relationships. Trade, military, social, cultural. You see, one point you got to understand is in history, the Solomon Islands was connected to the mainland of Bougainville. It was one piece of land back in history. So was PNG with Australia, Tasmania. So we all traveled 40,000, 50,000 years ago. Now it's separated, but the people in Solomon Islands, their families traveled to Bougainville. And still the Boeings have a trade with Malaita and so on. Even though they're independent countries, the trade continues. There's no resistance. There should be any discrimination because, you are not fit enough to be independent, like failed state. I heard failed state. And that's my point of view. I hope it helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the contribution.
Okay, me just like toko samating you me go approaching time like me like giving past time lo Saman Soga by Tok and then I would like to invite our chairman of the Bougainville community of Lake City to say a word of thanks to everyone so that we can disperse because we are 1 hour past the time that was allocated to, for us to be here. So, Simon.
Thank you. Just before long, our chairman for Bougainville community here in Lake comes to say appreciation words. Me like commend him, chairman, one time, Sepukatemu. It takes a lot of patience. And we last time, Sepuka, you would remember that SPC we had at Leinta. Chairman name is Katimi of Straight. He shut me off for 2 minutes. And the same thing she's talking about today, maybe like expressing love. But this, with your chairmanship, Dr. Alan Marat, you have been really patient. Nami also man way sabi ko insya long work na experience in this laya. Me look sabi na me like to thank you na give me an insight for my chairman to say thank you.
It's always best to listen.
That's right. You got this like kind lewaya and also me expression this la. So one time this la, say me acknowledge him. This la kind leadership blow you. One time say puka. Thank you, chairman.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Does that come through? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Marat and Sir Pukatemu. My name is Joseph Daviona. I am currently the chairman of the Bougainville Association here in Morobe. And I'd like to take this opportunity now to say thank you very much to your committee for coming today. My father used to be working in the parliamentary services previously, so you are aware of my father. So it's not new to see me standing here and doing the same thing as my father used to do. We are in the second generation of the same work. So to Max, Max is also my wantok from Panguna. So don't feel like you're the only one standing here. So yes, on behalf of myself, my family, and also the community of Ley, I would like to say thank you. Thank you also to all our speakers that have come through and given their view. I have not stood up or mentioned anything because I wanted to be the last person to say thank you to you all. So all your points have been taken into account, and I appreciate everything that you guys all have contributed to. It was the whole purpose for us to come and let you air your views, and it's most welcome. I was disappointed to see not as many of the other Momase region, but I take appreciation of the people from ECPIC for their support, and also our ladies here. Thank you for being here. It's good that, as mentioned, there are some shortcomings to this type of organized gathering, but as you mentioned, you are looking at other ways of including the wider community in getting their views as well, and I welcome that as well. Just another note, the Constitution, as you all know, of Papua New Guinea is as the father of the Constitution keeps letting us know, Dr. John Momase, is basically the social justice of teaching of the Catholic Church. It's basically where it was drawn from. So so he was an ex-priest. He used that knowledge to set up the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. So that's basically where he comes from when every time he talks about us all being co-creators in this country we call Papua New Guinea. That's where he brings all that learning comes in and puts it into the Constitution. As I mentioned, the questions, you've already, the question one, I won't say much to it because I've already given my answer to that. So it's in 2019. So I only leave that to you people to decide. And I hope you take on board all the feedback that we received, and good and bad. You know, you have to look at both sides of everything. On terms of the decentralization of Papua New Guinea, of the government, yes, I do agree, and I think it's one of the wisdoms of the forefathers that they saw and gave us, but we decided not to listen. But yeah, it should be taken back and put back into into our leadership as well. So I welcome how you guys put it into action. I leave it to you guys, whether it's an autonomy or back to the provincial system or as a statehood. I leave that to you people to decide in Parliament and see which is more cost effective and easy for you guys to handle. On the question of time frame for the Bougainville piece, for the ratification and afterwards, yes, I think there should be a time frame, and it's just common sense. Basically, you need to give a bit of time to get your house in order, and you know you can move your children in and then start living yourselves. So that's basically it. The time frame of 10 years, 5 to 10 years. Yeah, it just depends on how the agreement within the Melanesian agreement, you guys sit down and discuss, but there should be a time frame, yes. In terms of your vote in Parliament, this is one of the questions that I wanted to ask. How are you guys going to vote? Is it going to be a vote as a secret ballot? Is it going to be a vote as an individual member, not on party lines? Or is it going to be a vote of conscience? Is there a specific way you guys are going to be voting? So that's one thing that I wanted to find out from you guys as well.
You want an answer now or later?
If you have.
Sir Pukatemo did mention something about the sessional orders. In one of the paragraphs of the Melanesian Agreement, the recently signed Melanesian Agreement, it has been agreed that the voting on this referendum result will be by virtue of a sessional order. Now, a sessional order is an order that somewhat slightly amends a standing order. Standing order is something permanent, belong to Parliament. A sessional order is aimed at those certain provisions in the standing orders of Parliament. Belong yusim long vote. With this one, it's a very important constitutional issue. So obviously it would require an absolute 2/3 majority vote. Now, when the clerks, I think the two clerks of the Bougainville Parliament and the National Parliament, the clerks, I think the speakers will think about what the sessional orders would look like for use in the voting on the referendum result. So it's perhaps not going to be strictly an absolute 2/3 majority. We have not seen what the sessional orders will look like, but we know what the standing orders are on the voting. The voting on, say, constitutional issues. In Parliament, it's usually 2/3 absolute majority. But also, only no working out yet sessional order belong this la referendum, voting on the referendum result. So we are there. We play no, I mean, all tupla speakers, lo tupla Parliament, in austerity talk long this la yet. Sir, you want to say something?
Would you recommend, for example, we never do secret voting, secret ballots, except with a speaker. On any law votes, it's usually you sign up now by counting. So if Bougainville wants simple majority, whoever is attends, if 60 people attend, 31 will win the vote. But in constitutional amendment, it's the number of seats 118, 2/3 absolute majority is over 80, it will pass. But whether for this sessional order, which is 2 speakers will resolve for the referendum result, sessional order, which will it prescribe a secret ballot? And so part of the conversation is you have to recommend now. That best is maybe a secret ballot.
Yes, I would recommend a secret ballot. And it'd be put to the MPs that it'd be a vote of conscience. Huh? So it'd be up to the MPs to vote on their own conscience. That's about it from me. If that's what's going to be happening now in terms of our session here, I think we will call it a day. And if there's anyone else who wants to speak, who has a need to speak, no? Okay, then, okay, Benson. Benson, I think I'll give it to Benson, and he can close it for us. Or? close the session for us.
Me like a big thank you true long to play honorable members play you me to play Kamna. They've been very patient and I've been watching them and I'm very grateful. And all. Secondly, me have buin to us and I'm talking me have mas all ogoy to talk. I want to me all aga. Also na me congratulate me long. Got this a chance long express yourself. So me talk thank you. And for the rest of us, I want to thank my son and me all same tribe for your eloquent expression. But I think the point is clear. But you may rectify manem. Olan tok pinis ya. But due to the process, we have to respect that. Nami hamamas long. Dr. Pukatemu tok long. Last bit ya. 2+ speakers long. Parliament long. Bougainville na National Parliament ball sit down stretim talk na ting now. Ba yimisabe. Now finally, Joseph, recommendation blue I think you put in long paper na long committee so that all can kiss him straight gaman mauswara talk style paper or some please me like him secret ballot. The reason why I emphasize that is because they're going to do their trip to other provinces. So if awesome ting blow meet us all, if that's the popular concern, then it should be taken. So finally, me like talk. Thank you once again. Una. Thank you, come. Na thank you lo yung flower kita. I'm good pla Dave lo yung tate. God bless me lo one walk about lo yung. Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bipartisan Committee from National Parliament belong, you may, I want to express on behalf of the committee our heartfelt appreciation for your presence, your coming, and those of you who've expressed certain views. Also, me talk olokata only recording. None of the words that you've uttered during this consultation is lost. It's all recorded, and by me play heavy access now, along all the recordings. Then we'll produce the Bipartisan Committee's report to Parliament. By playing give now no Parliament, all right. Narapala to pula something to bowling give me go. I'm now me play ready now low vote now. It will take a bit of time still, but we hope to complete this phase of our task the Parliament has given to us. Thank you once again for your cooperation, your presence, your contribution, and thank you. God bless you, Pula. Thank you.
Praise. Thank you, Father, for being with us from morning through to now. Thank you for everyone that has presented their views and for those who are listening throughout the country on this big issue of Bougainville's political future and the process under which Parliament must go through in order to manage the referendum result. Thank you for every individual that has been here and for the views that have been expressed. Thank you for the leadership in Morobe province. Thank you for the leadership in Lay City. And thank you for the citizens that have come. Pray, Lord, that as we continue with this committee's work, that you will continue to accompany us and continue to be with our people. This afternoon, as we close up, we remember our people of Bougainville and our people throughout the length and breadth of this beautiful country, Papua New Guinea, that you have blessed us so much with. We submit all the discussions unto your capable hands. We pray that as the committee and as we finalize the report, that everybody's views will be incorporated and that the right decision will be made on the floor of Parliament by the leaders of this country. Thank you once again for being with us and for us to go our various ways. And if there is a refreshment out there, bless it before we partake. Thank you, Father. This is our prayer in the most precious and blessed name of your Son, our Lord Jesus. And we agree and say, Amen. Amen.